your committee secretary for the committee. The committee hearing will
We resume our committee hearing, our joint committee hearing on the establishment of Department of Overseas Filipinos. We would like to first of all acknowledge our distinguished colleagues present here today, virtually present. We have our minority floor leader, Senator Frank Drilon. We have the distinguished lady from Ilocos Norte, Senator Amy Marcos. Senator Bongo, who's also with us. Senator Nancy Binay, our Vice Chair, is also with us. Thank you for joining us. And Senator Bong Revilla, who is also with us. Of course, we welcome our resource persons, and I still don't have the list of our resource persons present here today. We have, I can see Secretary Bello, who is with us from the Department of
Morning, sir.
Labor and Employment. We have Yusek
Morning.
Arellano and Director Alice Visperas, the International Labor Affairs Bureau. We have OWA Administrator Hans Kakdak. We have POEA Administrator Bernard Olalia. From the Department of Foreign Affairs, we have Yusek Sara Lu Ariola.
Good morning, sir.
From DBM, we have Director Emilita Meng Hamal. And from the Department of Social Welfare and Development, ASEC Glenda Relyova. We also have with us from TESDA, DDG Rose Urdaneta.
Morning, sir.
Good morning. I hope you're okay now.
Good, thank you.
We also have with us Secretary Mamao, Presidential Advisor on OFW Affairs. And then from the private sector of different organizations, we have Director Alcantara from Blas Ople Policy Center and Training Institute. We have Attorney Gorecho, the National Seafarers Day Committee.
Morning, sir.
From PASE, Philippine Association of Service Export Incorporated, Ms. Raquel Espina Bracero.
Good morning,
From
sir.
Bantay at Kasangga ng OFW International, Mr. Alberto Guanzon. From Advocates and Keepers Organizations of OFW Incorporated, Major Umandap. From OFW Reintegration and Development Incorporated, Mr. Saga Mikawayan. From
Good morning,
Center
sir.
of Advocacy, Director Elen Sana. And from CLADS, Ms. Lucita Sermonia. Sa inyo po lahat,
Good morning,
hindi mapagpala at magandang umaga. Let me just give a short opening statement. Nasa iba't ibang time zones man po ang ating mga kababayang overseas, yung pangungumusta mula sa Pilipinas, wala pong pinipiling oras para makaramdam sila ng ginhawa sa pakiramdam. Kaya sa ating mga kababayang OFW, kamusta po kayo at magandang araw naman po sa lahat ng naririto. Higit sa lahat sa ating mga kababaihan, lalo na po sa mga female OFWs, Happy International Women's Day po. Talong-talo po ng mga kababaihan ng ating mga kalalakihan kung bilang ng mga OFWs ang pag-uusapan. Sa 2019 survey on overseas Filipinos, 56% o 1,233,120 po ang mga kababaihan kumpara sa 44% lang na kalalakihan. Sila po ang ating mga nanay, ate, ditse at sanse na kalimitang nag-aalaga ng mga anak ng dayuhan imbes na mag-aruga ng kanilang pamilya dito sa Pilipinas. Kaya nga po ang ginagawa nating pagdinig ngayon, ang pagtatag ng Department of Filipino Overseas ay dapat ay mas nakahilig o nakakiling sa pangangailangan ng ating mga female OFWs. Dapat po may touch of women. Last hearing, we heard from government agencies. Today, we want to listen to the OFWs who risk their lives and limbs to work abroad and to provide for their families back home. This is part 2 of our hearing. Actually, this is part 3, our third hearing on the proposed Department of Overseas Filipino, o DOFIL, where we look into on the on-site services that we provide to our Filipino brothers and sisters abroad. Just last Friday po, March 6, natanggap po natin ang nakakalungkot na balita na may mga Pilipinong nilooban ng mga armadong lalaki sa Saudi. Sinaktan, ninakawan at pinagsamantalahan pa raw po ang isa sa kanila. Nakakalungkot din pong malaman sa ganitong pagkakataon, hindi rin agad nakasaklolo ang ating mga kawani ng pamahalaan dahil sa layo ng kinaroroonan ng mga nabiktimang OFW sa Abha, Saudi Arabia, na halos 8 oras po ang biyahe mula sa Jeddah. Tama naman po ang binigay na advice ni Consul General Edgar Badajos na sa local police sila humingi ng tulong. Huwag basta-basta magbubukas ng pintuan at maglagay ng dagdag na safety lock sa kanilang tinutuluyang apartment. Pero indikasyon po ito na talagang in cases of emergency, walang parang 911 o life-saving mechanism na pwedeng asahan ang ating mga OFWs in distress situations. Last October 2019, before the pandemic, lumapit naman po sa atin ang kaanak ng OFW na si Roel na namatay sa Peru. Inabot po ng halos 2 buwan bago naiuwi ang bangkay niya dahil wala tayong embahada doon at kailangan pang dalhin ang mga documentation sa Chile. Naintindihan po natin ang mahabang proseso, pero sa mga kaanak na 2 buwan naghihintay ng bangkay ng kanilang mahal sa buhay dito sa Pilipinas, napakasakit po nito. Buti na lang po ay may insurance company si Roel na nag-asikaso ng lahat mula sa pagkuha ng General Death Certificate at necropsia certificate sa Peru hanggang sa pagbiyahe ng bangkay niya dito sa Maynila. Sa dami po ng mga OFWs, para po silang yung nakikita nating mga jeep na biyaheng probinsya noon na talagang punuan. Meron sa top load, meron sa backseat, at meron pang nakasabit. Nabibilang natin sila pero halos hindi na natin sila nakikita o nakakamusta. Bago po ang pandemya, hindi po nawawalan ng tao sa may luneta. Pero karamihan po sa kanila hindi po turista, kundi mga marinong nag-aabang ng trabaho sa Seafarer Center, sa TM Callao at UN sa Ermita. Kitang-kita po sila dahil mga nakaputi pero hindi po namumuti ang mga mata nila kahit maghapong nag-aabang o naniniklohod ng trabaho sa mga manning agency. Ang hirap po ng pinagdadaanan nila, makasampa lamang ng barko. That's why we were shocked to know that in the year 2019 alone, ang death on board po natin ay nasa 477. May higit isang Pinoy seaman pala kada araw ang namamatay sa barko. Paano po ba natin naaabot ang mga marinong pumapalaot sa ating mga karagatan? Kasi po, baka kahit salbabida, hindi po tayo makapagbato sa kanila. Last week, nagsagawa po tayo ng online consultation sa ating mga kababayang overseas Filipinos sa halos lahat ng kontinente ng mundo via Zoom. Umabot po sa 100 OFs ang mga dumalo sa online meeting natin. Lahat po sila nag-zoom in sa iisang issue, on-site services at suporta mula sa Philippine government, lalo na po ang implementasyon ng cash assistance para sa mga OFW under Bayanihan Tulo. Ito po ang dahilan kung bakit ngayong araw na ito, karamihan po sa mga kasama nating resource persons ay mga OFW groups, so we can hear from them directly and understand what their concerns are. Again, hindi po ito palit karatula o lipat bahay lang. Pero hindi rin po tayo nagtatayo ng bagong bahay gamit ang mga lumang pako o lumang bubong. Gusto po natin ng maayos na plano, kaya nakikinig po tayo sa mga eksperto, pero higit sa lahat, ang dapat nating pakinggan ay yung may-ari ng itinatayo nating bahay. Wala pong iba kundi ang ating mga overseas Filipinos. Bagamat ito po ay certified urgent measure ng Pangulo, ayaw naman po natin itong madaliin. Haste makes waste. Let's build what's best for our modern day heroes at pagtulungan po natin ito. God bless us all. At this juncture, may I be allowed to acknowledge our colleagues in the Senate if they have opening statements. Anything, Senator Binay? With that, can we give the floor to our OFW groups? I can see may kababayan, Toots Ople, who is with us right now. Would you like to start the ball rolling, Ms. Toots Ople?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, and
Morning.
sa lahat po ng mga senators, good morning po, and sa mga stakeholders. Happy Women's Day po sa lahat. Sir, meron kaming slides na
Sure you want to show it, please? Please proceed, Ms. Susan. Sorry, kabayan. Ms. Susan Ople, we can't hear you. Wala sinong...
we decided to base our comments on the SB 1949 because it already has inputs from the executive branch, and from the outset we'd like to express our support.
We're
na
losing
magkaroon ng
you,
sarili department
Ms.
for
Susan.
OFWs, but we do have some concerns.
Okay, please proceed.
Next slide, please.
I'm not sure if others are hearing you, but we
Yeah,
can't hear you
hindi ko
here from the
masyado
session hall.
mabasa kasi. But we noted po kasi yung hearing, and we agree with what majority Senator Mig Subiri said. And yung sinabi niyo po, ang gusto niyong department para sa ating mga bagong bayani, yung talagang relevant sa kanila. And ang napansin po namin, yung pagka-craft ng DOFIL, as good as it is, no?
I'm sorry. Ms. Susan Ople, we can't hear you. We'll get back to you later. Perhaps we could hear from the National Seafarers Committee. We'd like to hear from Attorney Dennis Gorecho. Sir, are you online?
Yes, sir.
Yes, please, can we hear from you, sir? You're recognized.
I'm Attorney Dines Gurecho ho, from Sapalo Veles Binanggulin Law Office and part of the National Seafarers Day Committee. As we have known, the Philippines is considered one of the major supplier of marine labor globally, estimated one seafarer for every 5 or 4 crew members. And the seafarer sector at least comprise 22% of the total W remittances. Out of the 519,000 deployed seafarers in 2019, they remitted $6.5 billion or around 326.95 billion in 2019. And as a practitioner in the field of seafaring, we have always been describing the job of a seafarer as not a walk in the park. They are mentally and emotionally stressed, constantly exposed to fluctuating temperatures, such as the ships across ocean boundaries, the risk of getting killed, injured, or ill. And in this context, we have long needed a strong legal framework for Pinoy seafarers that can safeguard their rights and interests wherever they may be. Nevertheless, we echo the comments of other groups, such as the Commission on Migrant Advocacy, on the proposed department, that such measures should be given more time for reflection by the legislative bodies and the concerned agencies. CMI noted that there are several laws that affect migration governance that may need to be reviewed, and there must be an effort to identify and harmonize the laws that may come into conflict with the proposed bill. As earlier mentioned by Ms. Ople, it's not just a combination of the agencies. So there should be a harmony of the laws to avoid the conflict between each other. And through the consultations, it made sure that some of the laws will conflict with each other, and there should be an in-depth study as to be done to ensure that the proposed bill will be backed by concrete evidence. Good morning, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we'd like to hear from advocates and keepers organizations of OFWs, a Major Celerino Umanda. Sir?
Sir, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat po sa pagkakataon. Unang-una, kami po ay narito upang bigyang diin lamang kung bakit kinakailangan po talaga na maisulong o maisabatas ang pagkakaroon ng Department of Overseas Filipinos. Unang-una, dahil sa kadahilanan na may mga kaso, halimbawa repatriation, kung halimbawa ikaw ay may valid contract, kinakailangan sa PUA. Pagka walang valid contract, doon ka sa OWA para sa repatriation. At kung halimbawa ikaw ay irregular OFW, dapat sa DPA. Iisang kaso pero sa iba-ibang departamento nagpupunta, kung kaya nagkakaloko-loko. Totoo ang nangyayari tuloy, ang mga OFW parang laging nagre-reklamo na parang napapabayaan. Pero ang katotohanan, nagkakawindang-windang sa pinagpapadalhan ng mga problema. Ganun din sa pagpa-file ng mga kaso, halimbawa, pag kinakailangan mag-claim sa mga employer, kinakailangan pumunta sa NLRC o pwede rin sa PUA, meron din sa OWA para sa SENA, meron din sa UMWA. So yun ang mga problema na kinakaharap namin at kami nagpapasalamat, Mr. Chair, na ang DOFIL ay inyo pong naisulong at napasimulan. Ibig rin po namin sa hanay po ng OFW na magpasalamat at amin pong sinusuportahan ang SB 1949 ni Senator Bongo. Yung ikatlong version ay masasabi talaga na perhaps the best version para sa amin. Una-una nakapaloob na po kasi dito yung aming hinihiling. Katulad ng nandito sa Section 2, Line 10, yung na posibleng pumasok po yung OFW Advisory Council na aming hinihingi. Narito na rin po sa version na ito yung aming kahilingan na ang posibleng pagkakaroon ng pension plan na nakapaloob sa Line 2, yung established mechanism for the portability and socio-economic entitlements and earned benefits. Ngayon din, gusto rin po namin ipagpasalamat na napansin din po ni Senator Coco Pimentel yung sa SB 92, yung sa Section 3, yung pagka-create ng Institute for Advanced and Strategic Studies on Migration and Development. Mr. Chair, isa sa aming kahilingan nga talaga ay magkaroon ng Global Migration Institute na kung saan ang lahat ng mga labor attaché o lahat ng mga pinuno na magtatrabaho sa ibang bansa kinakailangan ay magkaroon ng mas higit na kasanayan para masiguro na ang serbisyong ibinibigay sa ating mga OFW ay talagang professional. Ibig din po namin bigyan din, Mr. Chair, na ang mga OFW ay nakikiusap na naninikluhod sa inyo na ang OWA ay manatili na isang attached agency sa kadahilanang ang OWA po ay humahawak ng mga pribadong pondo. Ambagan po ito ng mga OFW. Kontribusyon naming mga OFW, pribadong pondo na dapat pamahalaan pa rin ng OWA. Yun lamang Mr. Chair, dahil 3 minuto lang po ang binigalaw niyo sa amin. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you po. Thank you very much. Next is we'd like to recognize the founder and chair of Bantay at Kasangga ng OFW International, Chairman Alberto Guanzon. Sir.
Yes, good morning, Chair at sa ating mga senador dyan sa Senate. We are the Bantay at Kasangga ng OFW, duly registered and non-profit organization. We have 28 chapter different countries. Mayroon po tayong local and international. The first step in solving any problem is recognizing there is one, the call by the OFW themselves for creation of a separate department for OFWs. It's not premised on the idea, luxury, pride, respect, or the recognition, but rather because of the problem. The OFW sector has been existing for almost 5 decades, and the history fact will provide that the OFW sector has greatly contributed to our country. Our position, we have our position. As far as the department name is concerned, the BK support any name of department, may it be BOFW or DOPEL, as long as the agency will provide with the function and authority to cater the needs of the OFWs and eliminate the tiring processes and will end the excessively complicated administrative procedure. As there is also a number of bills proposed which has been reviewed by the Bantay Kasangga, also clarifies that our position later is not against any proposed bill but against the many and actual problem of the OFW, thus below our 5 position. Number 1, unified office. As the main objective of the creation of the separate department of for the OFWs is to immediately respond to the concerns, issues, problems of the district's OFWs. It is and most important that all the current agencies merge into one, no attached agency. The call is born out of the call of the district OFW is to swiftly assisted. However, due to the jurisdiction, elimination of each agencies or office, most districts OFW are responded with line that the nature of his concern or problem is not under the jurisdiction of the office. In addition, some areas the office that needed to support and assist that available in that area. Districts OFW is left to find ways to reach the suitable office that could help or assist them. Like adding on to injuries, districts that has less purpose resources, no salary, and even the relying upon donation survive not giving the additional problem for reaching the office of that help.
Okay.
In the
Sir,
position of this organization, that unified
please wrap up,
office,
sir.
yes. Okay, we will continue. We will go proceed to the
Yes.
other.
Thank you, sir. You can submit your position paper in this committee because we are of time constraints here, and thank you, and we appreciate your presence and your statement, sir. Thank you. We'll
Okay,
go
sir.
with the last two, from Center for Migrant Advocacy, Director Ellen Sana. Ma'am, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Mainit na pagbati po, lalo na sa lahat ng mga kababaihan. Happy International Women's Day. Employment is the main driver of migration of our overseas Filipinos. Year in and year out, outstanding and recurring complaints are from our OFWs on site in relation to rights at work, including physical, verbal, and sexual abuse, trafficking and illegal recruitment, and excessive fee collection that trap our OFWs in labor exploitation and death bondage situation. The COVID-19 pandemic exacerbated these problems and so much more, with women migrant workers disproportionately impacted. Responding to these cases, our government put in place laws and policies in the country and on site. We enhance this with bilateral agreements and engaging in multilateral forums. But we cannot do this alone. We must demand shared responsibility from countries of destination. They sought our workers, they need our OFWs, they must take responsibility for them. And for rights at work, we say that there is only one set of standards to start with, the ones set forth by the ILO. Workers are workers wherever they may be. For trafficking and illegal recruitment, as we already have laws in place, effective implementation is what should be interrogated. Thus, we in CMA urge our esteemed legislators to consider the following recommendations. Number one, please do not rush acting on the bill without the benefit of evidence-based studies and assessment to clearly identify the gaps in the present governance structure. And is the proposed measure proportional to address these gaps? Number two, how much will the restructuring cost at a time when our resources as a country are almost depleted because of our responses to COVID-19? Is this the time to add to the cost? Number three, since our migration concerns are overwhelmingly from migrant workers, should it not be wise to keep it under the ambit of the Labor Department? And operationally, how do we participate in ILO meetings and in the ratification processes? Do we have two sets of representatives each time? Are we not sending a wrong signal saying that workers' rights differ for local workers and migrant workers? And finally, as the vaccine becomes available and the borders are slowly opening up, should we not focus our efforts and resources in rebuilding our economy in order to address the acute jobs problems for the millions of displaced local workers and migrant workers? This is the way to ensure that our workers migrate out of choice and not out of necessity, and that way they become not so vulnerable to a lot of these abuses, discrimination, and unequal treatment. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Director Eileen. We take note of that. Should be evidence-based. Yung cost, mapag-usapang mabuti kasi kahit na binabanggit natin na pagsasama-samahin at yung current funds nila ang gagamitin, meron pa rin pong mga additional costs that we need to talk about. Third, yung anong klaseng model, and we touched that last time, yung Nepal model, yung Sri Lankan model, and we're still looking for our own niche on this particular topic. Last but not the least, dear colleagues, we'd like to hear from, before we hear from our senators, Mr. Saga Mikawayan, from the President of OFW Reintegration and Development Incorporated. Sir, you're recognized.
Yes, good morning to everyone. Greeting of peace from OFW and all OFW around the globe. I would like to thank you for this opportunity to present our collective position papers for the creations of Department of OFW. Our honorable senators, distinguished guests, resource speakers, persons, and participants, good morning. The creations of this new department was in line with the interest of the millions of OFW to address our concern in the single roof with sole authority and responsibility to protect our rights and welfare in the manner of one-stop shop processing center. Secondly, this new department is the right-sizing solutions to these multiple government line agencies and bureaus serving the needs of OFW such as PUE, NLRC, ILAB, UA, NRCO, PULO, DFUMA, and CFO. The Department of Budget and Management said that creating billion pesos. This refer as minimum funding requirements for newly created department to cover the cost of basic operations, excluding the specific programs and project to carry out its mandate. The creation of this department of OFW will not create a big budget for us because the appropriation which was already previously allocated to all of these line agencies will remain as statutory. The statistical data was taken from the DBM System Productivity Analyst, Bureau Director Emilita. DFE UMWA 16 million, 18 1 billion, LAF to 200 million, CFO 152 million, ILAB 32 million, PULO 1.3 billion, NRCO 4.2 billion, SWATO 169 billion, PUE 507 million, and OA 7.3 billion, a total of 15 billion. The areas of consideration, the aims of our beloved President Rodrigo Roa Duterte for creating the Department of OFW is to address the concerns of our modern day heroes in a manner of one-stop shop processing center. Therefore, if OWA and PUE will remain as ATAS agencies, it will override the intent of the law. Ang pangarap lang namin mga OFW na nagbibigay ng lakas sa ating ekonomiya ay magkaroon ng sariling tahanan upang mawala ang aming paghihirap kasama ang aming mga pamilya kung saan-saan kami tinuturo at pinapasapasahan kapag kami ay lumalapit sa panahon na kami ang nangangailangan ng tulong. There is no administrative control could be done if OWA and PUE will remain as ATAS agency because they have their own administrator to carry the task. Our positions is with your considerations, we are strongly appealing to these honorable bodies to consider our request to transfer and subsum the mandates and function of OWA and PUE to the Department of OFW. Our objective here is to place all these line agencies in a single room with a sole authority and responsibility. Qualifications of personnel, all appointed positions from Secretary, USIC, ASIC, directors, and welfare officers, among others, shall give in preference to qualified OFW professionals. Our objective here is to give way to the qualified OFW to participate in the institution relevant to them. Maraming salamat po. Bagay maliit lang ang oras natin. God bless you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. We got your point. This juncture, we'll give the floor to our distinguished colleagues. We'll start with Senator Frank Drilon, our minority floor leader. Senator Drilon, you're recognized. Thank you for patiently waiting, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to raise a few questions to Director Eileen Sana.
Yes, Director Eileen Sana. She's with us.
Yes, Director Sana. First, for the record, Director Sana, which organization do you represent for the record?
Thank you, Senator Drilon. I am the Executive Director of the Center for Migrant Advocacy. We are a duly registered organization promoting the rights and dignity of migrant workers. We represent the migrant sector in the National Tripartite Industrial Peace Council and also a permanent member of the Decent Work Advisory Committee of the DOLE and the ILO. And we are a member of the Philippine Migrants' Rights Watch, as well as the Migrant Forum in Asia in the region.
Thank you very much, Director Sana. I noticed that you had very specific points and suggestions in the consideration of this measure. First, you said that you demand the cooperation of receiving countries. I assume this is in the form of labor agreements with receiving countries. Some mechanism by which our overseas Filipino workers are protected by domestic laws. So can you elaborate a bit on this concept that first and foremost we must demand the cooperation of the receiving countries? Can you elaborate on that a bit, Director Sana?
Thank you, Senator Drillen. As we all know, our rights, which is inherent to us as people, as workers, are usually expressed in the form of laws. And in this case, when our workers cross the borders, then we have to check that those countries they go to have all these laws as well that would capture their rights. And so we need to ensure that there are laws that we can invoke vis-a-vis the countries of destination that will ensure that we have the guarantees of protection for our migrant workers. And this is actually, sir, in Republic Act 8042 and is strengthened further by Republic Act 10022 in terms of the criteria for deployment of our OFWs, that we will not deploy to countries of destination if they do not have clear measures of protection, perhaps in the form of national legislations, or they are signatory to bilateral labor agreements with the Philippines. Currently, we have 52, or they are a state party to these conventions of the UN and the ILO.
Okay, so you're saying that under existing laws, there is already a criteria for deployment of our overseas Filipino workers, and as a matter of policy, the law would discourage, if not prohibit, deployment to countries where, in our view, the domestic laws do not protect the foreign workers. Is that a correct reading of your statement, ma'am?
You are correct po, Senator Drilon. Definitely, you are very correct. And of course, if I may add, we in fact it did not stop by ensuring that there are legislations in the countries of destination. We enhance it, as I said, with bilateral agreements, and particularly for domestic workers, we even our own set of household service reform policy package promulgated by the POE in 2006. So if only these measures are religiously implemented, monitored, then I think we'll be able to minimize abuses on site of our migrant workers, particularly migrant domestic workers and other women migrant workers. Thank you, sir.
So if I would summarize in a very clear language, you are citing two areas. First, we must see, or we must be convinced that the domestic laws of the country of destination would protect migrant workers, not only Filipino workers, but migrant workers in general. And number two, through bilateral agreements, which will be between our national government and the national government of the country of destination. These are the two main avenues by which you're saying our overseas Filipino workers' welfare can be protected. Is that a correct statement, ma'am?
Yes, Senator Drilon. And in fact, of course, we always say that we have to have our embassies fully equipped as well. We have POLO to also ensure protection for our workers. But at the end of the day, we're talking of migrants crossing the borders. And our laws do not apply to these countries. So we need to make sure that these countries that are in need of our migrant workers have these adequate protection measures for our migrant workers. And of course, as you said correctly, sir, for other migrant workers. So we're not only saying that the law should only be applicable to OFWs, but for all migrant workers that they approve to go to these countries, because I think we need to always emphasize that because they are needed. They are needed in those countries.
Can I have those laws again, Director Sana, which you mentioned which in our system today imposes criteria for deployment? I didn't get it correctly. Is it Republic Act 8042? And what is the other law? Is that a correct citation? Just for the record.
Yes, sir. It's Republic Act 8042. This is in the criteria for deployment, and this is further enhanced by the amendatory law Republic Act 10022, where there is a catch-all provision dun po sa tatlo na criteria na yon. So we make it more specific to really make sure that these countries of destination are not only compliant or to international conventions, but in substance as well, that they do have these laws in place.
I'm sorry, it is the mandatory law is
0022 po.
10022. Okay. And these two laws, you're saying, establishes the criteria for deployment. Now, If fully implemented, it is your view that these laws can minimize, if not totally prevent abuses of our overseas Filipino workers. Is that a correct statement, ma'am?
Yes, Senator, very correct.
Uh-huh. And okay, now you are also and can whose responsibility is it today to implement these laws? The POEA and the Department of Foreign Affairs. Is that correct, ma'am?
Yes, Senator, in Republic Act 10022, the implementing rules and regulations clarify this. So the POEA implements, but then they get the green light from the Department of Foreign Affairs, and at the same time stressing that there is punitive provision for those in the POEA who will violate this provision.
So POEA as the open close quote marketing arm of our overseas deployment program is supposed to implement these guidelines and criteria for the deployment of overseas workers and in order to provide them a minimum of a protection when they cross the borders. Is that correct? The POA is in charge of this.
Yes, Senator. And of course, they also have to coordinate closely with our polos because our polos, very limited as they are, is not only being mobilized when there are already problems with our OFWs, but they are also the first line when a foreign employer is in need of migrant workers. So they go to our polo wherever they are and then express their interest that, oh, we do not have enough workers. Can we get OFWs? So there should be, and there is this coordination between the polo and our home offices, particularly the POEA, and of course, the Department of Foreign Affairs, being in charge of our embassies and posts as the lead in the one country team approach, sir.
Mr. Chairman, the Undersecretary of Foreign Affairs would like to intervene. I'm willing to yield.
Yes, thank you, Senator Dillon. We'd like to recognize Yusek Sara. Ma'am, you're recognized.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Senate Minority Leader, Senator Dillon, and of course, all the senators and colleagues in government. I completely agree with Ms. Ellen Sana, who's a very, very ardent advocate. But we just want to explain, Your Honor, that I think that since we are already at 8042, one of the difficulties of the Department of Foreign Affairs is even if the requirements are complied with, the problem begins with the practice. And also, if in the Middle East, there are sectors, for example, household service workers, that no matter even if there's a bilateral labor agreement, even if everything is in place, we could not control the abuses because they happen in the homes. We've always been advocating that it's 8042 also as amended by the amendatory law, that we should also look at the fact that there should be a time when we should only be deploying skilled workers. And I think this is something that we really should work on, Your Honor, because if we continually, we cannot control the culture to a certain extent. While there are a lot of reforms in the Middle East, especially starting March 12, the Saudi Arabia will have reforms on the kafala system and labor mobility. This still does not include the household service workers. Anywhere in the Middle East, the household service workers are always the last to be included in the abolition of exit visas and everything else. So we are at Department of Foreign Affairs would like to flag that to the legislators that even if the country of destination has complied with our requirements, there is always a disconnect between the practice and what's on paper. And we have to really take seriously what's in 8042 as amended by 122, that we should really endeavor to limit our deployment at to a certain date to only skilled workers. Otherwise, no matter what we do, we will always have abuses, and the only time that the state can intervene is if the abuse has already happened, because we cannot enter the homes of the employers, because these are households. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Senator Delon.
Thank you, Yusek, Sarah. Senator Frank, if I may, I just would like to show something here. If you look at, and I agree with Yusek, Sarah, when you deploy migrant workers, importante na skilled workers sila, they are properly oriented, etc. But if you look at the Middle East welfare cases, no, look at, can we go to 2020, please? In 2020, in Middle East alone, you have 4,302 maltreatment, mistreatment. Contract violation, 21,127. And true enough, si Yusek Sara made mention about the kafala system. If you look at the Middle East, no, puntahan natin yung analysis of sponsorship systems of 8 countries in the region. Ayan po. Yung entry to country of destination, if yes, ibig sabihin po, before entering the country of destination, the original employer must endorse their intention to sponsor the migrant worker. Yan naman pong renewal of residence permit. If yes, in the kafala system, the renewal of residence permit can only be processed through the original employer or sponsor. Sa termination of employment, ayan po, ilan yung yes dyan? 6 yung yes po dyan. The migrant worker can only terminate employment upon the consent and approval of the original employer or sponsor. Yan pong transfer to different employer. Ayan po. At 6 din po dyan yung yes. The migrant worker can only transfer employment to another only with the consent of the original employer through signing a no objection certificate. Last but not the least, ayan pong exit from country of destination. Tignan nyo po yan. Sa Qatar and Saudi Arabia, yung yes, the migrant worker can only leave the country upon the consent of the original employer through the issuance of an exit visa approved by said original employer. So, my only point sa body is that kahit mag-deploy tayo ng mga skilled workers, kung pupuntahan nilang mga bansa ay may mga ganitong patakaran, mahirap po, no? Let me go dun sa isang last slide na lang po na gusto kong ipakita, itong exacerbating elements. Yung passport confiscation, ayan po, hanggang ngayon sa Lebanon, buhay na buhay po yan. Ang employer has the right to confiscate the passport or identification card of their migrant worker. Yan po sa domestic workers excluded from labor laws. Imagine po, 6 po dyan out of the 8 sa region. The country's legislation excludes domestic workers from their labor code or labor protection laws. Yung pong changing recruitment fees to charging recruitment fees to workers allowed. Yung foreign recruitment agency may charge an additional recruitment fee or placement to the migrant worker aside from the charges or fees rendered by the local recruitment agency. This is a payment for linking the migrant worker to a sponsor in this kafala system. So again, yan po, these are all in existence, and I think, and I agree with Director Elin kanina, kung ang pupuntahan ng ating mga kababayan ay may mga patakaran na kagaya nito, then it's somehow impossible for us to protect our kababayans. Thank you, Senator Drilon, please. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, with the permission of the minority floor leader.
Go ahead, Nancy.
Related lang po dun sa nabanggit ni Yusek Sara. Yusek Sara, meron na ho bang ginawang comprehensive study for us to have an exit plan for our domestic workers?
Your Honor, I'm not aware if there is one. I mean, it's not from the Department of Foreign Affairs. We can ask Your Honor if
maybe from DOLE.
Yes, Your Honor.
And siguro yung Sarah, can you submit to the committee yung data kung saan yung mga household workers natin yung nagkakaroon ng problema in the other countries?
Yes, Your Honor.
Compared dun sa skilled workers.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay.
Your
And then maybe we can ask Dole kung meron na ba tayong ginagawang exit plan for our household domestic workers.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Secretary Bello, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I request our Director of the International Labor Affairs Bureau to address the question propounded by the Honorable Senator Nancy Binay, Mr. Chair?
Yes, we recognize our ILAB representative, ma'am.
Good morning po, Mr. Chair.
Morning, please proceed.
Can you hear me po?
Yes, we can hear you, Director Alice. Please proceed.
Okay. Thank you po for the question of Senator Nancy Binay. So the Department of Labor and Employment has conducted several studies na po regarding deployment of our domestic workers and what they face sa mga countries of destination. And I can remember po in several instances, there were times na na-halt na rin po ang deployment ng ating mga domestic workers. Tinigil po yan in coordination with the Department of Foreign Affairs dahil nga po may mga incidences na po ng abuse, kagaya po nung times po ni OFW Dimafelis, na kung saan po ay napatigil po natin ang ating deployment sa Kuwait. But as far as exit plan for our domestic workers, I believe we have yet to come up po with such a plan for our domestic workers po, Honorable Senator.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Siguro, Mr. Chairman, this is something that needs to be funded, yung isang plano, isang exit plan para sa ating mga household domestic helpers. Kasi sa palagay ko, kahit magkaroon pa tayo ng DOFIL for as long as we deploy especially our women as domestic helpers abroad, patuloy tayong magkakaroon ng problema. Yun lang po, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you,
Thank you to the Minority Floor Leader.
Thank you. We give back the floor to our Minority Floor Leader, Senator Drilon.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Yes, allow me to go back to Undersecretary Ariola. I take note of your statement that that the practice, particularly in the Middle East, makes it almost impossible to address all the problems given the culture that they have. As we all know, when we were learning freshmen in law school, a source of law is culture. And in the Middle East, the culture of the kapala is something that is embedded in their culture, so that your theory, Undersecretary Ariola, is no form of bilateral agreement or Philippine domestic laws can achieve full protection to our domestic workers, especially because their workplace is the residence of the employer. And I tell you, as Secretary of Labor 30 years or so ago, that was the problem that confronted us. That is why it is easier to monitor, let's say, seafarers, because their workplace is a vessel contained with professional managers engaged in business. But when you talk about domestic workers having their place of work as the residence of their employers, you simply cannot make effective the social welfare protection that we can provide in all our laws, in every contract, because as you said, there is a disconnect between the culture and our bilateral, our overseas contracts, our individual contracts, and also our domestic laws. Would you in general agree with the statements I have made, Undersecretary Ariola?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, I agree with the Honorable Minority Leader. And of course, to be fair to our partners in the Middle East, the states are doing all they can to do reforms. But unfortunately, Your Honor, the problem is there is resistance from some of the population. That's why, in fact, Your Honor, Saudi Arabia already mentioned in one of its meetings with the states that they appreciate the Philippines supporting their labor reform initiative because the resistance comes from the business sector because the abolition of kafala will entail loss of income for the business and also from their population. So there are steps really being taken by most of the countries, but if we have to realize, Your Honor, that it will be really difficult for any agency to be able to stop the abuse, since it will take time to really all the countries or all households to uphold the rights of their household service workers. And while we want to really stop the deployment, we have to first upskill our people, Your Honor, before we decide to stop deploying household service workers, because many of our people will not be qualified for other jobs than that. So I think what was being asked by Senator Binay about the exit plan might take years, Your Honor, because, for example, we have to be able to give our people enough skills for them to work for other industries, Your Honor.
You would say, Yusek Ariola, that you have been doing your best. I mean, at least your DFA has been doing your best in trying to provide protection within your limited resources and limited means, legal means, for our domestic workers, and so has Secretary Bello in the Department of Labor. But the culture itself is a difficult stumbling block to your effort to provide full protection. That is why you're saying that it is difficult, and I underscore this, difficult for any agency to stop the abuses. And the only long-term solution is to upgrade the skill of our domestic workers so that they go to higher skills labor market. Is that correct, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor. I think, like for example, in our shelters in the Middle East, most of them are household service workers, Your Honor. And we would like to thank, of course, the Department of Labor for providing skills training inside the shelters already. But then that's already after the fact, so that they won't go back to that kind of work anymore. It's quite unfortunate that it's happening, even if it's just less than 1% of our deployment rate, because they always say that one abuse is one too many. And any migrant rights advocate would know that we are always in the reactive phase of the problem, not on the proactive stage of the problem, Your Honor. So it is something that we will continually face, while of course the Middle East is trying also to reform its system. But
so on the long run,
problem, Your Honor.
On the long term, I think you hit it right. Upgrade the skills of our domestic workers. And Mr. Chairman, I have personally seen how these training sessions in embassies abroad, especially where we have a Filipino center, I have seen how efforts are being done to upgrade the skills of our domestic workers, especially those who are about to exit the country of destination. Would you confirm, Secretary Bello, that there are indeed ongoing training sessions which your department has sponsored and devoted resources in order to upgrade the skills of our Filipino overseas workers, including particularly our domestic household sector? Would you confirm that, sir?
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you very much. Actually, For the record, we have a number of trainings conducted for OFWs. In 2019, Your Honor, we conducted trainings of 3,306 OFWs. And for the year 2001, because of the lockdown, we were able to train only 1,556 OFWs. But having said that, Your Honor, we would like to inform everyone that the training of our OFWs is an ongoing effort, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, so you have the policy in place. It is just a question probably of additional funding so that these will be undertaken more intensely in order to assist our overseas workers, particularly domestic households, in order to upgrade their skills because as Yusek Ariola mentioned, there is simply a disconnect between our laws and the culture, particularly in the Middle East, as evidenced by the Kapala system. Is that correct, Secretary Bello?
Yes, Your Honor, that is very correct. That's very correct. But having said that, Your Honor, I would like to state for the record, Your Honor, that for the concrete protection of our OFWs when they're in their places of destination, we have to make sure, Your Honor, that our destination countries must have a bilateral agreement with our country.
Yes.
Kung hindi tayo magkakaroon ng ganong policy, Your Honor, we will never be able to completely protect our OFWs. Kaya importante na meron existing bilateral agreement between our countries and the destination countries, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, in fact, that was mentioned, if I recall correctly, by Director Sana, the importance of a bilateral agreement. Now, to Secretary Ariola, and maybe Secretary, all these things, all the efforts that you're doing, you do as Department of Foreign Affairs and as Department of Labor. That's correct, right?
Yes, Your Honor. We cooperate completely with the Department of Foreign Affairs, Your Honor.
So, the problems, Madam Ariola, that you mentioned, like the disconnect between the culture and the laws, and Secretary Bello, the solution offered of a bilateral labor agreement, all this can be done and is presently being done by your respective departments. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, you are doing this on your present mandate, and even if you have a new department, the same policy thrust and the same process and the same structure would have to be present as you are doing it now. Would you agree with that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, all right. How about you, Mr. Berry?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, good. Because that simply shows that the problem is not solved by the creation of a department, but by the promulgation of correct policies, as in the case of the pursuit of bilateral labor agreements, of upgrading the skills of our domestic workers as pushed and advocated by Secretary Ariola. Whether or not it's a department, it will not change anything. You still have to overcome the culture in the Middle East insofar as the treatment of our OFWs are concerned. In other words, the creation of a new department will not change the culture. Is that? Yes, now. So I think that is fully shown on record. And let me go back to, if that is...
Senator Dillon, if I may, just one point on what you mentioned, because I got a text message from Tess Daman that he cannot agree more with the importance of training and upskilling, which is a very important program that we need to push through. but as of January 2020, there are estimated to be 2,221,448 Filipinos in the Middle East region, and we have shown you the data of maltreatment, contract violations, etc., etc. And correct me if I'm wrong, Yusek Sarah, in Saudi Arabia already announced that it also plans to abolish the kafala system this year. In September 2020, Qatar abolished the kafala system by enacting a new employment law. Please correct me if I'm wrong, if these are legitimate information. But again, I agree with the statements made by Senator Drilon and the two, Secretary Bello and Yusek Sara, that it is important that we need to keep on doing bilateral agreements. Otherwise, we will never be able to protect our kababayans kahit na i-upgrade mo yung skills nila, may upskilling or retooling, pagka pupuntahan nilang bansa ay nag-e-embrace nitong kafala system, hindi talaga natin mapoprotektahan ang ating mga kababayan. Thank you, Senator Dillon.
So from those statements, what is important, and I agree with our chairman, we need a conscious policy of training and upscaling of our OFWs, and because of the culture that confronts our overseas Filipino workers, and no department creation will change this. It is the consistency in following the policy by the Department of Foreign Affairs and the Department of Labor that these things can be achieved, and which they're doing now. Would you agree with that? You are doing your job right now, Director Undersecretary Ariola, in pursuing these platforms that you have mentioned of trying to upgrade the skills, because it is difficult for any agency just to stop the abuses. The solution is not a simple creation of a department, but a long-term plan for us to stop these abuses. Would you agree with that, ma'am?
Your Honor, I agree with you that DOLE and of course DFA were doing our best to help, but we still want to push that perhaps there's a need for a single department to really address all the issues for focus, Your Honor. And of course, like in the case of and the kafala in the Middle East, Your Honor, is not the only issue that the migration governance is facing in the Philippines. So it's just a component of which. Thank you very much.
That's right,
sir.
Yeah, I am just highlighting your statement that it is, and I quote it verbatim, it is difficult for any agency to stop the abuses, and it is rooted in the differences in culture between our country and the Middle East. That statement I fully support and subscribe to, Secretary Ariola. Okay, can I continue with Director Sana? Is he still around? I assume she's still around. Director Ellen Sana?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. You also mentioned about, first, when you mentioned about the demand, there should be a demand for the cooperation of the receiving countries. This can be in the form of bilateral labor agreements. Director Sana, is that a correct statement? Bilateral agreements, as espoused by Secretary Bello, can achieve that demand for cooperation of the receiving countries.
Yes, Senator Drilon. But of course, also, again, I think we cannot overemphasize putting in place in those countries of destination clear legislations. So, of course, we have problems with the implementation of the legislations, but that is something that can be remedied. I think it's quite important that we are very clear that, for example, there's already a domestic workers law in several of all countries of the Gulf states have national domestic workers law that can be applied for our stickers. Sabi nga po hindi
Sorry,
yan
Director
masyadong
Ellen,
nako-comply with.
we're
Same
losing
thing.
you. We
Yeah.
couldn't hear you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Sorry. So we are
Okay.
saying, salamat po. So what I'm saying is bilateral is quite important because this is very focused on the Philippines and the country of destination. Pero hindi po pwede overestimate yung halaghan ng batas na patupad sa six Gulf states have already national domestic workers laws in place. So maganda pong starting point yon.
Again, how many bilateral labor agreements do we have, Director Sana? And I can confirm that, or maybe Secretary Bello can respond to that. How many labor agreements have we signed, which according to Director Sana is a clear path towards minimizing the abuses on overseas Filipino workers, especially where it involves our domestic helpers? How many labor agreements have we signed?
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you very much. Actually, we have, as of December 2020, we have 42 valid bilateral labor agreements with the following countries, Your Honor. We have Canada, Japan, China, Kuwait, Jordan, Israel, Korea, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and just recently, United Arab Emirates, Cambodia, Taiwan, New Zealand, Switzerland, Germany, Lebanon, Libya, Spain, Laos, Indonesia, UK, Qatar, Iraq, Italy, and US, Your Honor. But we have a pending bilateral agreement endorsed to the Department of Foreign Affairs for its review and approval, Your Honors.
Thank you very much. So you've been working closely with the DFA insofar as the execution of these labor agreements is concerned, Secretary Bello. Is that correct? Is that a correct statement? There has been a close coordination between you and the DFA insofar as this matter is concerned. In fact, you just mentioned that there
Yes, Your Honor.
pending review by the DFA.
And that is true, Your Honor, whenever we enter into a bilateral labor agreement with foreign countries, we always have the not only consultation but tacit approval of the Department of Foreign Affairs, Your Honor.
Let me just state for the record that I think when I was Secretary of Labor, among the first labor agreements that we signed was that with Jordan, with the Ministry of Labor of Jordan, and this was about 1989 probably. And maybe you have upgraded it, but I remember very distinctly that among the few that I was able to sign because of our push then of this policy, even 30 years ago, was the labor agreement with Jordan, which you again mentioned. I do not know if it has been amended or upgraded recently. Can you confirm that, Secretary Bello?
Yes, Your Honor. Our bilateral agreement with the country of Jordan is still subsisting, Your Honor.
And that was been there since 30 years ago, if you can confirm, over 30 years ago. No.
Yes, Your Honor, that's true.
Okay, now.
But by the way, Your Honor, just for the record, we don't have so much problem with Jordan with respect to the protection and the welfare of our OFWs. Bihira po ang complaint doon po.
Yeah. Na kayo,
Senator
siguro,
Dillon, bachelor pa daw po si Secretary Bello noon. Bachelor pa siya noong time na yan.
ayaw ko, I don't want to speak on the record, Mr. Chairman, whether bachelor or married, that civil status is beside the point, Mr. Secretary, ibang usapan yun.
Ninong ko kasi si Mr. Chairman, ninong ko kasi si Senator Dillon, ninong ko kaya kabisado niya po ako.
Okay, let me go back to Ms. Sana. you made a statement, and may I reconfirm, you made a statement that let us not rush into this. Whatever decision we make or whatever law we enact must be evidence-based. Is that a correct recollection of your statement, ma'am?
Yes, Senator Drilon.
Now, can you elaborate what you mean by we should not rush this bill pending? We must make sure that any law we pass should be evidence-based. Can you elaborate?
Thank you, Senator. As if you will read through the explanatory notes of the various proposals for the creation of the Department of OFWs, ang isa pong pinanggagalingan niyan ay ang daming pasalin-salin ng ating mga OFWs even at the point of application. They need to secure various documents. Pero ang sagot ko dyan ay yung ng usapasing sir. At po ay and over all the 18 regions of the Philippines sa panahon ni President Duterte. I think meron na pong nasasagot doon. Ngayon, site which is really problematic because our laws cannot be applied there. Apart doon sa ating mga pinagtatalakayan, meron din pong na-enhance ng 2015 na joint manual for overseas operations, and again enhancing the coordination of the various agencies of government pagdating po sa on-site protection. So meron na po yan na in place. All these agencies present. So ang tinatanong po namin with this proposal to put everything in one single department ay on top of that, ano talaga yung masasagot ng paggagawa natin ng isang single department? I already mentioned at nandito po sa discussion with our USEC, Sara, and the DOLE people, na marami, for example, on-site, ginagawa na po yan. And the setting up of one single department is no guarantee. It cannot be the solution to all the problems that we have for our OFWs. So malaking problema po sa Middle East in particular, but for the record po, since the time that we started in the 1970s, sino po ang top countries of destination? It's the Middle Eastern countries because they have the demand for workers. Kulang yung mga gawa. Kaya ko po tinitingnan na ibang perspective naman that of course, for sure, we lack the job here. So people migrate out of necessity. Pero pumupunta po sila doon, we have to take this to task. So yun, baka yun po yung gusto kong itanong sa ating mga legislators. Ito po bang mga outstanding recurring problems of our migrants, particularly will address education. Alam din po natin that under the Vienna Consular Relations agreement, hindi rin tayo pwedeng at will na i-beef up mo yung ating mga post overseas. Nasa amin din pinagpating view in the
Director,
global
we're losing you.
Sorry po, naku, nawawala ba ako?
You're
So yun po,
Director.
Well, Mr. Chairman,
Okay,
very valuable inputs to our committee. I do hope that the stenographers are able to capture the statements of Director Sana, given the difficulties in the technology that we have. I was wondering if maybe we can inquire from our stenographic services whether, in fact, they are able to capture what the Executive Director Sana mentioned, so that we can just go back to the transcript later. But Mr.
According to our stenographers, they're getting.
Oh, you. Yes.
may I proceed po? Or tama na?
Ma'am, can you submit a position paper which will confirm and elaborate on what you just testified on insofar as being evidence-based rule is concerned, so that we can have an an understanding, a better understanding of your testimony here today. Is that okay with you, Madam Sana?
Opo. Secretary De Ron, we already submitted an initial comments, pero pwede po naming i-elaborate pa po yan.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, if you can
Thank you po.
elaborate. Yes.
Yes, yes.
The next issue that you raised is this the time to establish this department, given
The session hall. I'm sorry, we're having problems here at the session hall. I can hear you with the monitor here on my left side, but we can't hear you in the session hall. Please give us a few minutes suspension.
Can we have suspension for a few minutes to fix this?
Yes, thank you. We continue with Senator Drilon. Sir, you have the floor.
Yes. Director Sana, you also mentioned that raised the issue. You raised the question: is this the time to put up a separate department, considering the limited resources that we have today as a result of the pandemic? Our economy is in shambles. We will not anymore elaborate on why, but the fact is it is in shambles. The fact is our resources are very, very limited because our revenue collection are very bad, understandably, because of the very, very adverse business conditions. Our debt to GDP has risen tremendously because of the borrowings we have to make in order to run the government. Now, all of these factors, would this be what you were referring to as when you raised the question, is this the time to put up this department, given the difficulties that we have today? I have noticed that in the course of your testimony and in the testimony of Secretary Bello, of Secretary Ariola, it would appear that everything is being done within the present structure of government, within the present bureaucracy. Everything is being done, and no, as Secretary Ariola said, it's difficult for any agency single-handedly or even in cooperation with each other, as it is happening now, to stop all of these abuses. The solution is long-term, and that is to upgrade our workers. So exactly, can you elaborate on your statement that is it the appropriate time to come up with this new department, given the pressure on our limited resources today, Director Sana?
Thank you, Senator. At mas na paliwanag niyo po yung statement ko vis-a-vis the issue of resources at this time that we are faced with the pandemic and the economy is in shambles. But on top of that, as we all know as well, yung pong pag-change ng mga tao, pag-restructuring would take quite a while, would take some time. And doon sa transition period na yon, I can understand, I think it's in the provision of the law that the people will continue to hold office. But again, at the end of the day, the question is, yun din pong issue kasi ng yung expertise that many of our people in the POEA, sabi niya po, bata pa si Secretary Bello, issues na ito. And credit to our people who stuck it. Nagstay po sila sa kanilang mga posisyon. And over this time, na-acquire nila, medyo nakabisa nila. So they have gained expertise in the different dimensions of labor migration. So ang hirap po na yung 40 or so years na ininvest natin to find out what is really the problem, particularly pag on-site, which is quite challenging, ay hindi masyadong mabibigyan ng full recognition. Kasi nga, we are creating a new one, and if people would want to be part of this new one, then they will have to reapply. It's not a question of, okay, you all will be absorbed. So meron din pong issue tayo and meron kaming pag-agam-agam ng paano na yung na-develop ng mga tao natin na tumanda na nga dito sa usapin ng labor migration insofar as our people in government are concerned. So I think we should put value to that, na yun po ay maisaalang-alang. Hindi lang yung the resources, kasi eventually pwede siyang hanapan ng resources. Pero yung ding mga expertise na na-build ng mga tao, naalala ko kasi nandito rin si Admin Hans, bata pa rin po si Admin Hans nung una kaming nagkakilala, ay ngayon ay siya ay isa sa kinikilalang expert not only in the Philippines, but globally. We have become a global model for governance of migration sa context ng protection. So gusto din natin yung bigyan ng recognition, tayo mismo. Kasi many countries of origin are actually envied. They envied us. Ginagaya po tayo. We have, at the present governance structure that we have been identified as one of the 12 champion countries of the Global Compact for Migration. Noon pong in the past, and we continue to be part of the ILO Decent Work Program in recognition of our working. The system is working. And of course, tayo rin yung nag-lead dito sa pag-establish ng programa for migrants in countries in crisis way back a few years ago. At ang take-off nyon ay ang existing nating labor migration governance. So maganda po na bigyan natin yan ng mahabang ng pakilala at pag-aaral din. Nasaan ba yung mga gaps? And perhaps assess, reflect whether these gaps would really be commensurate yung pag-establish natin ng isang bagong governance structure. Thank you.
Yes, Director Sana. In other words, you're saying that the institutional knowledge is there, which we should harness in the present system, and which which in fact could be how do you call this? Could be set aside in the desire to have a new department. I repeat, it is your assertion that the Department of Labor and the Department of Foreign Affairs, the bureaucracy in these two departments, would possess the institutional knowledge to run as they are doing now, to run our overseas Filipino program. Is that correct, ma'am? The institutional knowledge and bureaucracy?
Yes, Senator Drilon. So we really salute yung mga tumanda na mga tao natin sa DOLE at saka sa Department of Foreign Affairs na para maintindihan talaga at mabigyan ng solusyon itong labor migration concerns natin.
In fact, I also note your statement. The system today is working. Hindi po ba? Is that correct?
Yes, Senator Drilon. Kung meron pong mga pagkukulang, yan po ay kailangang malaman ng klaro. Kasi at the end of the day, ang magiging standard mo for the new one that aim to replace the present is, ano ba yung standard? So, if you change it, will it make will the problems be solved? Sabi nyo nga po, particularly on site, we can have very limited intervention. Kailangan mo talagang pukpukin yung countries of destination. And at this point in time, I think yun pong GCC where we deploy more than 60%. Simula po nung 1970s. Kasi statement din po yun. It's very telling na while we recognize that we have a lot of problems in the Gulf states, the fact remains that Saudi, UAE, and the rest of the Gulf states are the recipient of our workers. So, ano yun? Walang value yun that more than a billion of our people are able to find work in those countries. So I think rather than phasing it out, which is not realistic, and even if I may also mention na yung exit plan for domestic workers, I don't think that is the solution. Especially tayo po yung malaki ang inambag sa ILO Convention 189 on decent work for domestic workers, no less than our DOLE took the leadership in the ILO conference in 2011 and 2010. Si Admin Hans po ang nag-chair ng committee, making sure that the provisions are robust kasi we recognize that domestic workers, local and migrants are workers. Marami po yung challenges pero we are putting these things in place slowly. And again, as I said, hindi siguro ma-imagine natin that in the Gulf states, we will have domestic workers laws in place, that we will be addressing the abolition of the kafala itself in those countries. So I think we recognize this as positive steps. So rather than looking at the negative side, which has been there for the longest time, ang gusto ko pong tingnan, I choose to see it as positive measures.
Just one more point, Madam, before I'll ask Undersecretary Sarah to intervene. You mentioned the Director Sana of the our overseas employment program as a model for many countries that have similar programs. Is that correct, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Sa totohanan lang po. For example, pag pumikit po ang mata ninyo, if you close your eyes and you listen to the discourse, for example, of somebody from the Ministry, Bureau of Labor and Employment ng Sri Lanka, minus the accent, mai-imagine nyo po na taga-POEA o taga-OWA po yung nagsasalita. Kasi na marami po ay copy and paste. So it's not only like countries of origin taking note of what we are putting in place to protect our workers, pero yung mismo pong international community as a whole ay they take cognizance of the efforts that we've been trying to put in place. At sabi ko nga po sa inyo, the recently adopted, non-binding as it is, the Global Compact for Migration, tayo po ay isa sa kaunti, I think isang dosena lang po. We are one of the 12 countries considered as champion countries of the Global Compact for Migration. And of course, we've been a country of under the ILO decent work program as well, recognizing that we are upholding the elements of decent work, which is on rights at work, the social dialogue, social protection, and equal opportunity, which we extend to our migrant workers. Again, asserting, and sabi nyo nga po, yung institutional memory ay mahalaga. Katulad nyo po, you've been with the Department of Labor, that workers are workers wherever they may be. Hindi pwedeng iba-iba ang batayan ng pagpoproteksyon sa ating mga manggagawa nasa loob man ng Pilipinas at lalo na kung nasa labas ng Pilipinas.
And all of these recognitions were achieved under the present system where the Department of Labor is the principal lead in policy making and in close coordination with the Department of Foreign Affairs, whose one country concept in posts abroad has been working very well. With the ambassador taking the lead with inputs from Polo, from the trade attaché, from the tourism attaché, but it is the Department of Foreign Affairs through the ambassador who has been coordinating all of this effort, not only of our overseas Filipino workers, but on every aspect of governance to project and protect the country's interest. Would you agree with that, Director Ariola or Undersecretary Ariola? Is it one country concept, if I recall correctly?
Your Honor, it's one country team approach in the post.
One country team approach, yes.
May I take this opportunity, Your Honor, because I was the head of the negotiation team of the Philippines in the Global Compact for Migration.
Yes, please.
So I think one of the very important reasons why we need a new department is the basis of the creation is to be able to fulfill the 23 objectives of the Global Compact for safe, orderly, and regular migration. You have to accept that some of the objectives there still need to be enhanced and still need to be implemented, especially Objective 1 when it comes to the aggregation of data, which we do not have right now because we are different agencies. But more than that, as to being a GCM champion country, there are only 6 in the Asia Pacific, but you're not being appointed. You have to volunteer as a GCM champion country. So it's up to the states if they want to be one. In fact, starting Wednesday, I'll be in ESCAP to lead the Philippine delegation to look at the follow-up and review of our policies into when it comes to migration governance. I think I would like to agree with Ellen Sana that we are doing well, but we can do better, Your Honor. The fact that, of course, government can always say that it's doing very well, but if we look at, for example, the DFA runs an OFW help page, and we can see all the complaints of the OFWs and all the advocates also. They still have a lot of issues with regard to governance, and we have to address that. And to my mind, Your Honor, that we are doing our very best as well as our counterparts in DOLE, but we can do much better, and we are hoping that the creation of the new department will not only give focus, but will also push us to do a better job. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, of course, Mr. Chairman. I expect that from Undersecretary Ariola, being an official of the government, being the Undersecretary of Foreign Affairs. I know her to be a very professional person, but of course, the fact that she is presently in the government structure has certain restrictions on her ability to project another position, but that's understandable. But it must be taken in that context. That's all that I'm saying. So thank you very much. Now, one final issue that I would like to have Director Sana elaborate. You mentioned about if there is a department of OFWs, we would have a problem about 2 sets of ILO representatives. Is that, can you elaborate on that, Ms. Sana? Yes, Director Sana.
Yes, thank you, Senator, for raising that up. It was actually a question. Kasi po, medyo familiar kami how the standards. Kayo po mas familiar with the ILO processes. This is a unique United Nations body kasi you have the employer, you have the government, and you have the workers being represented. At doon sa mga discussions and meetings at the Annual International Labor Conference in Geneva, meron po tayong tripartite na delegation, right? So pagka po ba merong bagong separate na department, since we are asserting, and this is a fact as well, that most of our people migrate for work purposes, are we going to have a second set of representatives? Kaya lang for that, ang itatanong ko, sino yung magiging foreign employer representative doon sa tripartite ng DOFIL, for example? Because it's foreigners na mga employers natin. Tapos, I think integrated sa ECOP naman yung ating mga recruitment agency. So, meron ding mga practical questions kami on how this will look like, for example, when we go to these meetings. At ang isang worry ko po at the end of the day is, are we not sending confusing signals? that since we will have these two groups advocating, but we're advocating for one and the same standards of the ILO. At yun po ay assertion from the kailan ba binuo yung ILO? 1919 or something. So yun po na ang mga standards nila apply to all workers, regardless. So ang gusto lang nating sabihin na mahalagang maano natin ay they are workers at the end of the day. Nag-cross sila ng borders and that's why we have all these additional concerns. But at the end of the day, yung measurement natin, if they are being treated decently, hindi po yan magbabago. You apply it to yourself, then it becomes very easy to understand their situation. So yun po yung
I confirm that, Director Sana, because in the Committee on Labor Standards, as I recall, this is the committee, this is a special body of the International Labor Organization, which looks into the conditions of and standards of employment. We are saying that we will have two representatives, one that will look at foreign employers and the way they have adhered to accepted international labor standards for the protection of workers. And we have domestic employees in the Philippines who would have to respond, and the government who would have to respond to allegations of violation of labor standards.
Pero sir, tama yung sinasabi nila. Totoo yun, sir, sa kakaroon ng conflict.
Yes, who is that, please? And these are just duplications, and in fact, we should have only one standard. And yet, with these two sets of representatives, conflicting positions is a possibility. Which conflicting positions is not present today, and that's a practical issue that must be confronted when we have this, which would have these two departments. In any case, yes. So far, that's all our questions on Director Sana. Mr. Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity. I'll ask other questions from other resource persons later, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Dillon. Much as we wanted to hear more from you, we'd like to hear also from our distinguished colleagues. Next on my list is Senator Amy Marcos, but with your indulgence, I think Senator Bong Revilla would just like to give a brief manifestation. Senator Amy.
Of course, no problem.
Thank you. We give the floor to Senator Bong Revilla. Senator Bong.
No, I'm willing to give way to Senator Marcos. It's okay, Madam. Ladies first.
Nako,
Okay.
sa Ladies Month, ha? Maraming salamat, Senator
Yes.
Bong. Ang itatanong ko lang, nakapagsalita na ba talaga yung ating mga private sector? Baka may comment kayo. Ito ba talaga ang kailangan ninyo, department? Or okay na tayo sa sistemang ngayon, medyo dadagdagan lang ng pondo, ngipin at tauhan? Maybe we can hear from the private sector because we've heard from government in the last two meetings. Sino po ang magsasalita, Chair?
Pwede ako.
Department po ba talaga ang kailangan natin? Or ano ba talaga ang kailangan natin?
Can we hear from Ms. Toots Ople? Because
Ayan, Toots. Ay,
Hello po.
ay ang pogi ni
Hello.
Toots. Bagong
Yeah,
gupit.
Hello, Sen Amy at Mr. Chair. Kailangan ba yung bagong budget? Sa tingin ko po, in the sense na kailangan na may separate secretary. Sa tingin ko, maganda na i-restructure yung DOLE, palakasin ang DOLE, and dagdagan yung resources para focus lang siya talaga sa local workers natin. And then we have a separate department na unified na ang trust and programs para sa ating OFWs at yung mga ibang kababayan nating nasa abroad. Ang ano ko lang po, ang recommendation ko lang po, tama po yung sinabi ni Senator Mig Subiri at ni Nancy Binay at ni Mr. Chairman na dapat yung department kung magtatayo man, very specific yung functions at yung purpose. For example, doon po sa mga bills na nabasa namin, hindi malinaw ang itsura ng department overseas. Parang lahat po magiging ATN officers. So anong mangyayari sa labor attaché? Yung sinabi po ni Secretary Bello noon, amalgamation of services. Will that really work? Kung alam ni Senator Drillion po ito na yung lamesa lang po ng labor attaché, comeback na po yan ng papeles. Sa isang araw, ang daming contracts na kailangan tingnan, ang daming factories dapat mabisit, mga employers na kausap. So kung lahat ATN officers, gusto ko lang po sana maliwanagan from the sponsors ng bill kung ano magiging itsura nito sa labas ng bansa. Pero kung marami pong ginagawa yung administration ngayon, and hats off po kami kay President Duterte. I think yung fear is also coming from yung next administration. Baka mamaya hindi na kasing ganyan ang turing sa OFWs. Alam naman natin, everything is also very political sa bansa natin. So, if we have this department, may secretary nakafocus lang talaga sa OFWs at yung POEA kailangan din palakasin kasi ni walang regional offices all over ang POEA, satellite offices lang. Ang dami pong kailangan ayusin. Pero agree din po ako na huwag tayong magkaroon ng department just for the sake na may department. Kung hindi, kunin po natin yung best features ngayon at yun po ang pagsamahin. There has to be rhyme and reason and dapat po very specific yung purpose ng bawat office. Yung batas po sa ngayon na nakasalang sa inyo, sir at ma'am, for example, sa ATN and Legal Assistance Funds, sa structure ng DOFIL, iba yung USEC na mag-a-administer ng fund, iba yung USEC na in charge sa ATN office. So, even within that department na nakasalang ngayon, kulang sa coherence. So, tingin ko kailangan talaga, kumbaga sa mekaniko, tingnan yung bawat components and hindi lang gawing combination of offices, kundi yung malinaw yung purpose po kung bakit may magkaka-department.
Mr. Chair and Toots, doon na nga ako nalilito kasi nung last hearing, nagre-review ako ng notes kanina kung ano yung amalgamation of services na maibibigay natin sa ating mga OFW. Pagkat ang sabi ni Secretary Nograles, hindi daw ita-transfer yung POEA at OWA. Hindi talaga i-consolidate sa isang department, kundi ang kanilang respective budgets ay mananatiling hiwalay sa bagong department. Para kipa itong department to, kung yung POEA at yung OWA hiwalay na naman, kaya litong-lito na po ako, hindi lang sa abroad, kundi miski dito sa ating domestic labor market, ano nga ba ang gagawin? Kasi ang iniisip ko, whether you call it a department or not, whether you have a 1.1 billion budget burning a hole in your pocket in the time of the pandemic, and can afford to do all this, ang kinakailangan, yung POEA nga, katulad sinabi ni Toots, pagtibayin, bigyan ng ngipin, dagdagan ng satellite, mobile, and regional offices, and all of that, kailangan yun ang gawin Kaya lang, bakit ang sinasabi ni Secretary Nograles, wala yung OWA, wala yung POEA? Tama ba yung pagkaintindi ko, Chair? Or baka si Secretary Bello may insight dyan?
It would be an attached agency, but it will remain yung budgets po nila.
Kaya nga, Chair, parang that's self-defeating because the crux of the problem, the heart of the matter remains with POEA. Why don't we just expand POEA? Whether a department or not, kasi ayaw naman natin mag-aksaya ng sahod sa 5 USEC na naman at kung ano-anong ASEC, Abay, ba't hindi nilang lakihan yung POAA at consolidate sa OWA, yung tropa sa DFA, ilang social worker ng DSWD? Siguro, mas may mangyayari noon. I don't know. Secretary Bello, was that your understanding as well po?
Yeah, before Secretary Bello, I would like to also point out that during the last hearing, we made mention about the Sri Lankan model wherein
Yes.
in Sri Lanka, ang ginawa po nilang Ministry of Overseas Employment ay yung kanilang POEA, and that's why we wanted to hear sana our resource persons regarding this particular issue and what would best fit in our situation. Yes, Senator Drilon, can I recognize first Senator Drilon, our minority leader, and then
Okay, okay, Your Honor.
Please, Senator
Okay po.
Drilon. Senator Drilon, you are in mute mode. Sorry.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, okay. Just on the point that you raised, Mr. Chairman, and also touched upon by Senator Marcos. You know, as a former Secretary of Labor, I still today, after 30 years, have a working knowledge of the bureaucracy. Both the POEA and the OWA are attached agencies. And Secretary Bello would confirm, when you are attached agency by provision of the Administrative Code, you are attached for purposes of policy and program coordination. That's exactly what an attachment means. And from my experience, kailangan makiusap ka sa POEA administrator or sa OWA administrator about the pursuit of certain policies, because they are only unattached agencies and coordinates only for policy and program coordination. Underscored, you have no control over the budget, but in many instances, in almost all instances, the execution of the policy would depend upon the budget given to you. Protection of overseas Filipino workers. If you do not provide sufficient budget for the polos, for the labor attaches, your policy of protecting our overseas Filipino workers will not be effective. What am I pointing to? What I'm saying is probably structurally we can take a good look at the present structure, have the POEA and the OWA attached to the department, and you have two undersecretaries, Undersecretary for Domestic Employment, Undersecretary for Foreign Employment. And therefore, you have a structure that would where the secretary would have been made responsible for all policies related to employment. You have an undersecretary for overseas employment, undersecretary for domestic employment, and they would be in charge of both regulation, which is OWA, which is POEA, and welfare, which is OWA. Rather than have a new department and these two are still attached agencies, you would have to, if today you claim that there are problems, these problems will not go away with the same structure that you have. So the committee may wish to consider, I'm not advocating for this at this time, but I'm opening up something that has never been suggested before. Maybe we have two undersecretaries of labor and employment, one undersecretary for overseas employment, one undersecretary for domestic employment, and instead of only having one undersecretary for employment. That is my suggestion, and that is, I am saying that let us study this and have the department secretary have a better control of both the regulation, which is the POA, and the welfare, which is the OWA, in one department, rather than splitting the department into two. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Duran. That's very interesting. We'd like to hear from Secretary Bello. Secretary Bello, what can you say about that?
Parang matagal
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. I'm put in a very difficult situation because, you know, Senator Dillon used to be my boss, Your Honor. But having said that, Your Honor, POEA and OWA, although they are attached agencies of the Department of Labor now, and that is the proposed structure of the proposed Department of Overseas Filipinos, that POEA and OWA will become attached agencies of the proposed DOFIL. And under the present concept, Your Honor, although the POEA and OWA have an independent implementation of its policies and programs, let's not forget, Your Honors, that the Secretary of Labor is also the chairman of the POA board as well as the OWA board. That is why, if the same structure is followed under the proposed DOFIL, then the Secretary of DOFIL will also have a say in the policies and the implementation of the attached agencies, which is OWA and POEA. So in a manner of speaking, Your Honor,
There is no difference.
yes,
In a
yes,
manner
sure.
of speaking, there is no difference between the present structure and the structure proposed in the Department of Overseas Filipino Workers. Administratively, it's exactly the same.
That is correct, Your Honor. That's correct.
Thank
And that
you.
is why the Secretary of DOFIL, the proposed Secretary of DOFIL would have, in a manner of speaking, also have a control in the implementation of the programs and policies of POEA as well as OWA, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Secretary and Minority Leader. That's exactly my point. If the OWA and the POEA do not become organically integrated into this new department, I think we will serve no purpose because they will continue to be attached agencies. At yung problema ng ating mga OFW, recruitment agencies, employers ay mananatili na sinasabi, chinuchubibo lang kami mula sa POEA, OWA, at kung saan-saan pang perya. Wag naman sanang matuloy ng ganon. For example, just pursuing this point to extinction perhaps, under the Bayanihan 2, there are allocations for currently displaced OFW. Halimbawa, may bago na tayong DOFIL. Sino ang mag-i-implement nito? Kasi yung OFW, syempre naging local unemployed na yan. So, who will be implementing the Bayanihan 2 or repatriated OFW issue? Problema ko yan, to your mind, Mr. Chair or sa secretary natin, paano yung mga ayuda natin sa ating mga OFW na napauwi dahil wala ng trabaho sa abroad?
Yes,
Hinuhulaan lang po natin. Hula-hula lang po tayo. Yes, Senator Dillon.
Senator Dillon is asking for recognition, but you're in mute, sir.
Yes, Your Honor. In response to the concern of the Honorable Senator Marcos, assuming that there's already a DOFIL, Your Honor, and we are now confronted with the implementation of the Bayanihan 2, especially with respect to AKAP, which is the
yes, AKAP,
yes.
Opo.
What will happen, Your Honor, is that it will be the Secretary of DOFIL that will implement the program which is called AKAP, which is a one-time cash assistance for our repatriated and on-site OFWs, Your Honor.
So once again, Mr. Secretary, this new department will serve no purpose. It will still be the DOLE implementing the assistance that the government provides to repatriated Filipino workers. Tama po ba?
Hindi po, Your Honor. Ang sinasabi ko po, kung assuming na nandyan na po yung Department of DOFIL, then it will be the Secretary of DOFIL that will implement. Opo.
Pero
Yes, Your Honor.
paano mo yun? Because yung AKAP, hindi ba bahagi rin yan? Yung retraining, repatriation, yung pagtatatag ng bagong negosyo, paghahanap ng trabaho dito sa atin. Di naging local labor na yun. Paano yun? Di ba magulo?
Hindi naman po, Your Honor, dahil sabi ko nga, yung mga OFWs remain to be OFWs even if they've been repatriated, Your Honors. And they will be entitled to all the programs under the National Reintegration Program of OWA. And it will now be, assuming na meron na tayong DOPIL, it will now be the Department Secretary of DOPIL who will have the control and supervision of the implementation of all these programs, Your Honor.
Para sa akin lang po, no? Parang gulong-gulo kasi ako dito dahil para sa akin, unang-una, maghihilaan lang ng tao yan eh. Papirate lang yung POEA, ipapirate lang yung OWA nitong bagong department kasi wala naman training sa ganyan. Ipapirate yung mga nag-negotiate ng ILO agreements kasi wala naman bagong na-training. Hindi naman basta bigla-bigla magkakaroon ng department, magagawa lahat. It's not a magical solution to all the OFW problems. I think Senator Drilon was frantically raising his hand.
Yes, Senator Drilon, you're recognized.
If the Secretariat can now allow me to talk because they keep on muting me. In other words, the Secretariat has better control of the Senator than the Senate President. Just a point of information. In any case, I can agree with Senator Marcos. A lot of confusion. Okay, so today we have Bayanihan 2. You have both domestic workers and OFWs who lost their jobs, but both would be looking for, say, a new business to get in, a new training. Mag-aaway lang yung dalawang Department of Labor, mag-aagawan lang sila ng clientele. Baka maubusan ng clientele ng isa, you cannot continue to justify your existence, But really, the real conflict in the bureaucracy and in the implementation becomes a natural consequence of having two secretaries addressing the same problem. The problem of the overseas Filipino workers who lost their jobs would be the same problem as a domestic worker who lost their jobs. Pareho po walang trabaho. Isa ang solution, yung Bayanihan 2 is a solution. Mag-aagawan pa. Of course, the easy solution is basta overseas Filipino workers, ikaw Secretary X. Basta domestic, ikaw Secretary Y. Ano pa yan? You're just duplicating for the same purpose and objective. You are duplicating the same function. That is an argument against these two departments, apart from the previous ones mentioned. Again, this is a specific program, specific confusion that Senator Marcos is putting on the record. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you,
Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minority Leader. Yes, Secretary.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Chairman, Your Honor, just a quick reaction, Your Honor. Your Honor, under the present setup, we have three programs for all workers. One for the informal workers, the other one for formal workers, and the third one is for overseas workers. Under the present setup, it is the Secretary of Labor who implements the program for informal workers. We call this the TUPAD, or the Emergency Employment Program. Then we have the program which we call CAMP, and that is COVID-19 Adjustment Measure Program for the formal workers who were displaced because of COVID-19. And then finally, Your Honor, we have the AKAP, Abot Kamay sa Pagtulong. That's why it's called AKAP. And this is for the one-time cash assistance for repatriated displaced workers, Your Honor. Ngayon, in the event that we will have a new department called DOPIL, then it will be the department secretary, I mean the DOPIL secretary, who will now implement that third program, which is AKAP. And the Department of Labor Secretary will continue to implement the programs on TUPAD and CAMP, Your Honor. So wala namang wala naman, I don't think there will be confusion in the matter of implementing these 3 programs, Your Honor.
Question,
Thank you, Your Honor.
Question,
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
yes. Is the 3rd program being implemented today by the DOLE, by you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So if it's implemented by yourself, and I assume you're able to implement it efficiently.
Yes, Your Honor. In fact, halos lahat ay naibigay na namin.
Okay.
Magaling nga sila mag-stretch ng budget eh. Dumadaming nabibigyan eh.
Well, yes. In other words, what I'm putting across the table is that you, as Secretary of Labor, and the next Secretary of Labor, who will be as competent as you are, is able to implement these 3 programs. So we are splitting the 3rd program just so we can give work to the new department. In labor law, we call that feather bedding. Feather bedding, meaning that you create work in order to justify the expense. In here, you are creating a work so that you can justify the new department when, in fact, as it is happening today, these 3 programs are being executed by a single secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Just to clarify my position, I do feel that there should be a separate and distinct national agency to address the specific problems of the OFW, but I think that the POEA should take the central role. It's important that they be organic and fully integrated into the new department or be the core of this new department. So we will avoid confusion on the domestic front, given the pandemic and the challenges that it poses to all of us. And at the same time, we won't have the mockery of 2 ILO representatives. Halimbawa, Secretary Bello, paano yung mga recent bilateral po ninyo with the UAE? Stopping the influx of undocumented Filipino workers, di ba? Nabanggit kanina. Tapos nabasa ko sa dyaryo, meron na naman tayong bilateral sa Russia to convert the tourist visas into working visas para sa mga OFW. Yung mga ganyan negotiation, DOFIL na ang magte-take over, ganun po ba? Kasi nalilito ako dahil ang source niyan, yung clientele, ika nga, domestic labor. Paano yun? Yung domestic, tapos papadala mo sa abroad, paano mo alam kung anong ine-negotiate kung hindi mo na mahawak yung datos tungkol sa domestic? Secretary po.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. Actually, yung recently signed Memorandum of Agreement or bilateral labor agreement with the United Arab Emirates, Your Honor, is an opening for the deployment of our overseas workers to UAE, because before we never had, as of 2014, Your Honor, suspended po ang deployment ng mga overseas workers natin sa UAE. Pero notwithstanding, Your Honor, meron pa rin tayo yung mga 600,000 overseas workers doon. Pero lahat yun hindi po legal. Hindi po legal kasi hindi po dumaan sa proseso. Pero ang nangyari kasi, Your Honor, itong mga nandun ngayon, they went there as tourists. Ang kanilang visa is tourist visa. Pagdating doon, na-convert nila yung tourist visa to working visa. Kaya legally working na sila doon. But they are not POA accredited overseas workers. Now, with this new agreement, Your Honor, we will now be able to deploy our overseas workers to UAE because there is now a bilateral agreement which provides for a standard employment contract. At doon lahat nakalagay yung mga protection para sa ating mga overseas workers.
Yes, Secretary po, we've been looking forward to this standard contract for a long, long time, given the number of problems we've had in the Middle East with our Filipino overseas workers. But Nevertheless, our concern here is that may isang kausap lahat ng foreigners. Kasi sa ngayon, kayo lang ang kausap ng UAE, ng Russia, at iba pang mga G2G na mga areglo. Subalit kapag may DOFIL pa, hindi ba malilito yung mga kausap natin pag paiba-iba ang nagsasalita? Or wala na kayong papel totally? Kasi may kausap na silang DFA, biglang meron pandole, mamaya may bago na naman, ikatlo na to, sasabihin nila, magulo tayo.
Your Honor, hindi naman po, Your Honor, because they will be informed that there will be a new department that will handle overseas workers, and that the Department of Labor will only handle local employment, Your Honor. So wala pong problema, Your Honor. They will be properly informed of the new department, which is called Department of Overseas Filipinos, Your Honor.
So Secretary, in your understanding, wala na po kayong papel talaga sa pag-negotiate sa abroad?
Yun na nga po ang ano ko noon when I came up with my support for DOFIL. Meron po akong pinakiusap na kung mag-i-establish sila doon sa DOFIL, Your Honor, ng ILAB, which is an International Labor Affairs Bureau, Your Honor, na wag naman nila i-abolish yung ILAB namin sa Department of Labor because meron din kaming international commitment. Kausap din namin ang ILO, yung itong mga Asian countries, Your Honor, yung tinatawag nating ano nga pangalan ng ano? ASEAN.
ASEAN.
Meron pa rin tayong international commitment even with respect to domestic labor, Your Honor. Kaya yun ang aming pinakiusap na kunin na nila lahat yung mga functions relating to overseas workers pero iwan nila po yung function na will have a relevance to international commitments, Your Honor.
Yun na nga ang pinagtatakahan ko, Secretary, dahil nga nabasa ko na rine-reserve ninyo itong international labor kasi nga they have to advise and consult the Secretary of Labor. I think Minority Leader wishes to add to the discussion po.
Yes, in pursuit of, yes, Mr. Chair, yes.
Yes, you have the floor, Senator Drilon. You have the
Just
floor.
to pursue the point of Senator Marcos, I'll give a specific example on how this new structure will work. Let's say in the recruitment of nurses, okay, a representative of a foreign hospital would go to an established medical center, private medical center operating in Manila or on Manila and the provinces, or let's say an entertainment sector like hotels, and this has happened before. Suddenly, the recruiter would offer terms of employment that will attract all the nurses in that particular hospital or all the waiters in a hotel to go to a cruising cruising vessel. That has happened. You know, bigla na lang mawala lahat na waiters now. If the owner of this kind of establishments would complain, kailangan dalawa ang kausapin nila, si Secretary of the OFW and the Secretary of Labor. Ganun ba yun? As in the same manner that they would now be talking to two ILAS representatives. So, paliwanag nyo lang nga. You know, I can understand, Mr. Secretary, that you are a member of the cabinet and would have to adhere to a cabinet decision on this point. But these are specific questions which Senator Marcos had in mind and which I concur with. How do you explain this? Is this that just an additional bureaucracy which instead of causing, of resulting in a more streamlined operation, would in fact result in conflicts and in confusion?
Please, Secretary.
Your Honor, thank you, Your Honor. I truly appreciate the concern of the Honorable Senator Mayninong. But Your Honor, to my mind, if a nurse is still in the Philippines, he's called a domestic worker. And so with a restaurant waiter or waitresses. But the moment he's recruited and he's brought abroad, then he becomes an overseas worker and then falls under the jurisdiction of the Department of Overseas Filipinos po, Your Honor.
But
So walang conflict po, Your Honor.
before the actual recruitment, when the local establishment is complaining, mawawalan ako ng nurses. When the hotel is saying, naubos na yung aking waitress dito, it takes me 6 months to train them. And then here comes a recruiter, suddenly he or she will just recruit everyone to go on board ships, cruise ships. Mr. Secretary, this is not a theoretical example. Nangyayari po talaga ito, lalo na po during the height of the entertainment sector among cruises, ocean cruises. Talaga pong darating yung hotel ay yung recruiter sa Peninsula Hotel. Lahat po ng waiters doon sa lobby, ubos. Now, this is are we saying that if that happens, the recruiter and the two departments, right now, the Secretary of Labor would have jurisdiction over both issues. But when this new department would come in, one would be in conflict with the other. Whereas a domestic employment would concern itself with preserving jobs and providing better services domestically, the other department would have a different agenda pursuant to its legal mandate. Doesn't this cause confusion where there is none today?
Your Honor, with all due respect, Your Honor, as I said, if a worker is still in the Philippines working, then he's considered a domestic worker. Now, if he's recruited and goes abroad for work, then he becomes an overseas Filipino worker. Ngayon, sasabihin natin, hindi ba ito nakakalito? On the other hand, Your Honor, if I were the Secretary of Labor, matutuwa ako, Your Honor, because we know for a fact that many of our Filipino brothers and sisters are compelled to go to abroad because of lack of working or employment opportunity in our country. Kung meron mga pumupunta, halimbawa sabi nga ninyo, meron mga waitresses or waiters in the Manila Pen. Nandiyan na sila pero kinuha pa rin sila for foreign deployment. Kasi ang nangyayari po, Your Honor, mababa yung sweldo ng ating mga empleyado dito. Kaya itong deployment process will compel our employers to give our local employees yung tamang sahod. Para sa ganun, hindi na mangingibang bansa yung ating mga kababayan. Tignan mo ngayon, Your Honor, why are our nurses going abroad? Kasi dito sa atin, ang baba ng sweldo. Pumunta ka dyan sa mga 5-star hotels. 5-star hotel, Your Honor. Ang sweldo ng mga nurses natin dyan, between 8 to 10,000 a month. Meron pa dyan mga hotel, mga high-end hospital natin na yung mga nurses natin, sila pa nagbabayad under the guise of training fee. Kaya tayo nawawalan ng nurses. Kaya marami sa natin nurses gustong abroad. So now, if they become employees abroad, then they become the responsibility of the field. Yung man maiwan na meron ng magandang trabaho at magandang pay, then yun ang responsibility ng Department of Labor Secretary, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you. Can we, Senator Dillon, can we give a chance to for the joint manning group? I can see Mr. Marquez and CLAD's Miss Lucy Ceremonial, if they can share their insights and views in this particular issue. Sir, please.
Yes, magandang tanghali po sa inyong lahat. Ako po si Mr. Eric Marquez ng Joint Manning Group. Kami po ay isang umbrella group ng 5 maritime at saka manning associations, and we represent about the 80% of the deployed seafarers, including sa cruise industry po. Alam po natin lahat na ang seafaring industry is a very unique and peculiar industry compared to the land-based OFW. And for the last 3 hours po o 2 hours na nag-uusap tayo dito, panay land-based OFW concerns lang po ang nating pinag-uusapan dito. Kaya po, sana po ay madinig ninyo ang sentiments ng aming sector na ito, no? Alam po din ninyo na ang aming pong sector is a very highly organized sector of the OFW industry. Dahil po kami ay governed by international conventions like the STCW and the MLC. As such, lalo po kami naguguluhan ngayon kung saan po kami ilalagay. Kung sakasakali pong ituloy natin yung present setup, na under PUA pa rin kami, under DOLE, o kung kaya kami ay mapupunta sa DOFIL at hindi po namin kung ano na naman ang aming magiging role po dyan o structure dyan. Just let me say that nauna po na-establish ang National Seamen's Board kaysa po sa PUA. Kami po ang unang sektor na pinagtuunan ng pansin ng DOLE dahil po sa mga pinadadala naming seafarers. At nung itayo po yung PUA, inabsorb lang po ng PUA yung National Seamen's Board. At kaya po ngayon, kami po ay nasa isang sektor lang ng PUA na ang tawag ay Sea-Based Division ng PUA. So, kung kami po ang tatanungin nyo, kung itutuloy po natin ang PUA, sana po ay bigyan kami ng exclusive deputy administrator man lang para sa Sea-Base, para po mabigyan ng focus attention ng ating mga seafarers. Kung itatayuan naman po ng separate, sana po ibalik ninyo ang National Seamen's Authority or National Seamen's Board para po merong mag-asikaso sa ating mga seafarers kasama ang cruise vessels at saka ang fishermen. At kung kami naman po ay ilalagay sa DOFIL, sana po the least that we would like to strongly request the government, the Congress is that one undersecretary be exclusively assigned to the seafaring sector para po focus po ang attention natin sa aming industry na nagbibigay po ng kasing daming tulong po sa ating industriya katulad po ng ating land-based industry na wala pong malaking problema na ibinibigay sa ating gobyerno sapagkat sabi ko nga po kami po ay isang highly organized industry. At lastly, without saying, after so many years of having been originally initiated by the private sector, we are one industry where tripartism is highly evident in all our activities and discussions. Kaya po, malakas po kaming, natutuwa po kaming sabihin sa inyo na for the last 30 years, meron po kaming industrial peace with our Seafarers Union. At sana po mabigyan po ninyo ng atensyon nito kung ano man pong organisasyon o structure ang gagawin po ng ating gobyerno. Marami pong salamat sa inyo.
Thank you, Mr. Marquez. And let me point out that in the opening statement of this representation, we made mention of the importance of the contribution of our seafarers. In fact, we recall raising the particular issue of missing on board in the latest report of sea-based OFW complaints. Merong 21 po na missing on board and 477 death on board. And I have yet to ask questions from our resource persons, but later on we will do that and look into this. Within the audience of Senator Amy, can we also ask Ms. Raquel Bracero and Lucy Sermonial to give their thoughts
Mr.
about
Chair.
this? Ms. Raquel, please.
Mr. Chair, sasabihin ko lang na yung Siemens Group talaga naman na mula pa ng dekada 70, koonti lang sila at konti lang ang tulong sa kanila, pero milyon-milyon ang pinapadala sa atin dito sa Pilipinas. So talagang kinikilala natin that they have very specific requirements and they have a unique situation at kinakailangan may talagang hiwalay na nakatutok exclusive sa kanila.
And if we are to
Billion po,
pursue
Your
with the
Honor.
Department of Filipino Overseas, it is important to note that kasama po dito hindi lang yung land-based but also yung sea-based. Okay, we give the floor to Ms. Raquel. Thank you.
Just one
Oh,
statement.
yes, Senator Dillon, sorry.
Well,
Senator Dillon, you're recognized.
Just to confirm on the record that indeed the shipfare industry or the mining industry gives the government the least problems in terms especially of the welfare cases. They are treated well, they are paid well, and in fact, if there's anything, I'm sure they would prefer that the government should not be at their backs. Pabayaan na lang sila at they help our countrymen so very well. They provide jobs. From where I come from, the mining industry, it was already a developed industry way back in the 1950s, 1960s. Maraming tripulante sa amin. Kaya po ang pinakamamalaking maritime schools ay nasa amin sa Iloilo at magtatayo po kami ng Museum of the Maritime Industry in Iloilo. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank
At
you,
saka-
Senator Dillon. Ms.
At
Raquel,
saka, Your
yes,
Honor,
you're
pinakamalaking contribution sa DL remittance, mas malaki ang sea-based. Mas malaki ang sea-based kaysa land-based, Your Honor. Although mas konti sila.
Yes, thank you, Secretary Bello, for stressing that out. Ms. Raquel of Philippine Association of Service Export Incorporated. Ma'am, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for giving us the opportunity to be part of this hearing. Allow me to read our some parts of the salient features or issues that we have in our position paper. I just want to manifest, Mr. Chair, that PASEI had already submitted our position paper to your good office. As stakeholders in the overseas employment industry, we are fully supportive of initiatives that would improve the services extended to our kababayans, especially our OFWs. And we just wanted to point out na medyo na naiwanan po at nakalimutan po ang malaking kontribusyon ng aming industry, being the one na kami po yung naghahanap ng mga employers abroad. Kami po ang gumagastos, kami time and efforts and money, at mukhang naiwanan po at nakalimutan. At lahat ng focus ay napunta po sa ating mga OFWs. Sana po kung matuloy ang DOPIL ay maalala po kami na mabigyan naman ng karapatan na mabigyan ng pagtuon dun sa aming mga na-contribute. And then, isa din pong issue na aming is yung bilateral agreement. Kanina po napag-usapan din po iyon in the earlier part. Kami po ay pinu-point out po namin na dapat po ang mga bilateral agreements po ay implementable. Kasi ang nangyayari po, may bilateral agreements pero hindi naman po nai-implement. Okay? So kaya nagkakaroon pa rin ng maraming problema. And then, yun pong we suggest na tingnan po uli yung GCM na sinama po doon sa sa creation dahil I would like to point out item number 7 of the preamble of the GCM. This global, and I quote, this global compact presents a non-legally binding cooperative framework. So, sana po matingnan po ito na ito po ay kailangang meron pong, hindi po ito one way, but meron pong dapat yung kabilang countries ay dapat po meron din sila nito. So, like po yung, dahil nakalagay po dito, yung pong non-charging fee is will it be a guarantee to workers' welfare protection pag walang bayad? Ang kailangan po natin pagka non-charging fee ho ang Pilipinas, dapat po yung host country ay dapat po ay ganun din po ang kanilang patakaran. So, sana po mabigyan po ng pagtuon nito na maaral po, and then in 2016, I just want to point out that in 2016, the industry, some associations commissioned CRC on the impact of this non-charging or no placement fee. And it was found out in that research study na there are more disadvantageous results. So I would like to manifest that our association will be submitting a copy of the research studies so
Sige
that
po.
makatulong po ito para po mapag-aralang mabuti yung kasama po doon sa bill na non-charging fees. So kung makakatulong ba talaga based on that research.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much. We look forward to your additional position paper you may want to submit to our committee. Give the floor to Miss Lucy. One last, Senator Amy. Thank you for your patience. Ma'am Lucy, you have the floor.
Kaya, thank you, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. CLADS po ay ito po yung Coalition of Licensed Agencies Deploying Service and Skilled Workers. Ito po ang aming position at I would like to manifest that CLADS nakapag-submit po kami before sa inyong pong opisina, Mr. Chair, ng aming pong position paper. And today po, nagkaroon po kami ng karagdagan sa aming pong position paper. Sa land-based sector po, kami po sa hanay na nag-deploy ng household service worker, sa talaan po ng Philippine Overseas Employment Administration, kami po sa hanay namin ang may pinakamataas na deployment. Ito po ang number 1 as per record po ng POA na ang pinakamataas po na deployment sa land-based po ay ang ating HSW from the Asian countries hanggang po sa Middle East country before po ng nag-pandemic. Dito po sa isinasagawa o itatayo po na Department of Overseas Philippines. Ang kahilingan lang po namin ay maisama po ang aming sektor, lalo na po sa hanay na nag-deploy ng household service worker. Kung kami lamang po ang inyong tatanungin, dito po ang nais po namin talaga, ang layunin po ng aming organization na kung saan po 20 country-specific organization ay naka-umbrella po sa amin. Nandyan po ang Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, yung pong GCC countries sa Qatar, Oman, Bahrain, Jordan, sa Asian countries po, nandyan po ang Hong Kong, Singapore, Taiwan, and Malaysia. Amin pong isinusulong na makapag-deploy lamang po tayo ng HSW doon po sa may mga bilateral agreement. Na isa po ito sa nagpoprotekta sa ating pong household service worker. So naniniwala po kami na yung exit plan ay hindi pa po ito napapanahon. Sa pagbabasa po kasi namin ng bill ni Senator Bongo ay halos hindi po kami nakakasali. Hindi po magiging magandang advocacy po natin na ipatigil ang deployment ng household service worker. Kasi po, kahit po ipinagbabawal na mag-deploy sa mga bansa na hindi pa po natatapos ang maayos na pakikipag-usap ng Department of Labor, nakita naman po natin sa United Arab Emirates, patuloy po ang libo-libo na umaalis na undocumented. Ganon din po sa bansa ng Lebanon, sa bansa ng Syria, maging po sa bansa ng Iraq. Hindi po natin mapipigilan ang ating mga kababayan, lalo na po yung kababaihan na wala pong halos oportunidad dito sa ating bansa. Lalo na po yung mga nasa high school level lang po at saka sa elementary. Kaya naman po sa aming pong hanay ay nakikipag-usap po kami sa DOLE. At meron po kami inulungkahi at ito na po yung hinihintay namin na mailabas na po yung guidelines sa deploying HSW. Naniniwala po kami na ito ay isang makakapagpatibay sa kapakanan po ng welfare ng ating HSW. Then ito po, number 1, ito po ang aming posisyon, strengthen the POLO ATM unit and ensure that monetary and welfare claims of our OFWs against erring employers are addressed at the job site and to ensure enough resources to address concern of OFW, especially in cases of emergency like the ongoing pandemic. Number 2, streamline and simplification of processes for OFWs to make it easier for our kababayan to find work and to process their documents. Number 3, support the enterprises, the recruitment agencies which play a significant role kahit po domestic helper ang dinideployed in the recruitment and deployment of workers by ensuring that employers are made to pay for all expenses in relation to the recruitment of workers, including the payment of service fee and insurance to cover damages in the event of illegal dismissal or breach of contractual obligation. Create a separate arbitration branch in the period to cater exclusively to monetary claims of OFWs. Exclude foreign private recruitment agency owners from licensing of recruitment agencies operating in the Philippines as provided in RA 10022 on illegal recruitment undertaken by non-licensed or non-holder of authority. Contemplated under Article 13 of President Decree number 442, disallowing a non-Filipino citizen to head or manage a licensed recruitment agency. At isa pa po, adopt a code of ethical conduct that includes migrant work, such as excellence in work, integrity, self-discipline, honesty, resilience, responsibility, respect for authority, and lack of hierarchy. At ito pa po, isa na lang po, Mr. Chair. Upgrade the skills of our household service workers and improve the training programs to ensure the promotion of their welfare. Kinausap na po namin ang TESDA na i-mandatory po sa first-timer ang training. Kasi po, nanggaling po sa far-flung provinces ang isang HSW. Kung kaagad po assessment, paano po siya makakapasa? Paano po siya magkakaroon ng kaalaman sa paggamit po ng mga modernong home electrical appliances kung hindi po siya magdadaan sa mandatory training. Marami pong salamat.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Lucy. We give the floor back to Senator Amy. Thank you, Ms. Amy, for
Yes,
your
thank you very
patience.
much. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It's very important that we consult the private sector because we always go back to this very almost incestuous cycle of government agencies. Siguro isang last point na lang to carry on with this problem is to inquire from Secretary Bello, who I assume if he did not get a liquidity break, probably had a hunger break. The Secretary has repeatedly bemoaned the low rate of convictions for illegal recruiters of OFWs. Current trends show that there are simply too many willing victims. And also, many recruiters are foreign-based, so that's always the problem. And our processes, our legal processes continue to be timorous and intractable. And so many illegal recruitments fly these poor victims from place to place, from transitory countries like Malaysia and so on. Ngayon, kung magkakaroon tayo ng DOFIL, ang tanong ko, magiging mas madali ba at kaninong papel ang pag-prosecute nitong mga issue ng illegal recruiter? Kasi ngayon, palpak na tayo di ba? Sa 25 convictions lang between 2016 and 2020. Pagkatapos, halimbawa, 2019, there were 57 cases endorsed for preliminary investigation. Ilan ang na-convict? Dadalwa. Kaya talagang yung mga biktima tinatamad na i-pursue, napapagod na or talagang nauubusan na ng pera para i-pursue. Yun din ang gusto kong i-clarify. Kapag illegal recruitment case yan ng OFW, sa DOFIL ba yan o babalik na naman sa DOLE yan? Kasi Yung ibang issue dyan lokal. So these are the things I believe, Mr. Chair, that we need to iron out very, very carefully, because we may not only be duplicating the problem or even feather begging, we may actually be making things worse. Thank you very much, po.
Thank you, Senator Amy. May we ask the Secretary of Labor to respond? Yes, Senator Drilon, you're recognized. Yes.
Just in response to the manifestation and query of Senator Amy, the prosecution of illegal recruitment cases will remain with the Department of Justice, because these are violation of penal laws, and the jurisdiction of the Department of Justice is affected. Is not affected by the creation of this new department. So if we have problems today with illegal recruitment, we can address those problems by looking at where the deficiencies or the weaknesses lie. And I am certain that the creation of a new department will not strengthen the Department of Justice insofar as the National Prosecution Service is concerned. The remedy lies internally in the Department of Justice to provide better emphasis and provide resources to cases involving illegal recruitment. Admittedly, with the data put on record by Senator Amy, 2 convictions out of 57 cases for preliminary investigation is not something that we can be proud about. But the remedy lies in the National Prosecution Service, in the Department of Justice, not in the creation of another department. That's our position, Mr. President.
Thank
Yes,
you,
thank you
Senator
very
Drilon.
much.
Before we
Yes.
give
Yes,
the floor
Minority
to...
Leader. That was my concern. Sorry, Mr. Chair. Minority Leader, that was my problem, because we know it ends up with the DOJ. But the DOJ says that they get very little support and data from the DOLE at present,
From
because
POEA,
DOLE has
yes.
so much work. And the same will probably occur with the new DOFIL. So how do we address this? Because this is another issue. Maraming salamat po.
Yes, and the 2 conviction rate is not only the past year, but the past 2 years, Your Honor. So just to put that on record. DFA Undersecretary Sarah is raising her hand. Yes, you're recognized, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Actually, Mr. Chair, IACAT is helping out with the prosecution. So the problem now is more of trafficking in persons when they leave the country as tourists and they go to another country and try to convert the visas into work visas. Initially, the biggest problem that we had was in UAE. So when they decide to leave their employers, they go to the shelter, and their classification is really tourists, and they overstay. And what happened also in Lebanon is also, it's because we're not deploying there, and it's also what's happening in Syria. Your Honor, I think as Senator Drilon said, the minority leader, the problem really is with also the willingness of the victims to file cases, as well as also we already brought this up with IACAT that some of our very enterprising border control individuals are making money out of the whole thing. So because they nakakapasok po sila sa immigration. And of course now we thank also the Bureau of Immigration that they have been offloading several people now who are trying to get out of the country. It's a very difficult problem, Your Honor, but I don't think it's with while it's not totally with DOFIL, but if the reasoning of our kababayans is because the process of going through the normal channels is very tedious, so they want to take the shortcuts. And we're just flagging this, Your Honors, because it's really a whole of government approach, the migration governance. And when it comes to prosecution, we had one success with Bahrain. We were able to arrest people, but the prosecution was done in Bahrain, and 7 Filipinos were convicted and 1 Bahraini. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Yes, Senator Drilon.
Mr. Chairman, it's already 12:50. We have been here since 10 o'clock. We have a session at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. There are still a number of people who would want to hear, and in fairness to them, may we ask for another setting wherein the rest of the resource persons can be heard. We still have a lot of questions, and we apologize, at least personal to me. I apologize to those who have been waiting, but because simply of lack of time, ay medyo gutom na rin po ako, Mr. Chairman. Gusto ko na rin kumain. So, may we
There are four senators lined up to ask questions. There are four more distinguished minority leader. We only had two senators, but if that is the last point that the distinguished lady from Ilocos will raise, then we move forward and we ask Senator Bong Revilla. Please, Senator Bong Revilla, you're recognized.
Okay, sorry. Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. I am glad to see the stakeholders on the welfare of our overseas Filipinos, particularly the overseas Filipino workers, coming together to contribute their expertise, experience, and suggestions to be able to come up with the best mechanisms to enable the government to effectively attend to the needs of our overseas Filipinos and OFWs and ensure that their rights and welfare are upheld at all times. Hindi na po natin kailangan na pagtalunan pa ang kahalagahan ng pagpapalawig ng tulong at suporta na binibigay natin sa kanila. Ang kontribusyon ng ating OFW sa ating bansa, lalo na sa ating ekonomiya, ay hindi po matatawaran. Ito ay sa gitna ng kanilang pangungulila sa kanilang pamilya at sa kanilang pagsubok na hinaharap nila habang sila'y nasa dayuhang lugar. Sa panahong ito ng pandemya, marami sa kanila ang naapektuhan mula sa mga nawalan ng trabaho, mga hindi nakauwi sa ating bansa hanggang sa tinamaan na ng virus. Kung meron mang isang magandang bagay na naidulot ang pangyayaring ito ay ang pagpapatibay sa katotohanan na kailangan nating ayusin ang sistema at serbisyo natin para sa ating mga kababayan. I thank our chairman, Senator Joel Villanueva, for providing this venue to hear our stakeholders, especially our concerned various government agencies, so that once and for all, we will have a truly harmonized, coordinated, and collaborated actions, decisions, programs, and services for our OFWs. I am certain that with the contribution and support of our partners here present, we will be able to find the best solution to this challenge. At if the chair will allow, meron lang po akong ilang katanungan. Tungkol pa din to sa ating HSW at ang domestic workers. Sang-ayon din po ako sa sinabi ni DFA Yusek Ariola at ni Senator Drilon na ngayon pa lang and on continuous manner, we have to upskill our workers para tumaas ang level ng kanilang kakayahan. Ito may makakatulong sa pagtaas ng kanilang trabaho sa ibang bansa and ultimately para magkaroon sila ng magandang trabaho sa ating bansa at hindi sa kanila at hindi na kailangang umalis pa at para magpakahirap sa ibang bansa. May we know from Secretary Bello, if he's still here, Secretary Bello, o kung sino may representative niya na nandito, kung ano-ano pang mga training programs ang binanggit niya kanina. Ano-ano po ba yon? May we ask from the Office of Secretary Bello? Kung nandyan, kung wala man si Secretary dyan.
Good afternoon po. This is Director Alice Visperas.
Yes, Director. Yung nabanggit ni Secretary
meron po tayong computer literacy, meron din
Sorry everyone, we can't hear
tayong
you
cooking,
from the
baking, and
session
other
hall.
basic skills.
Sorry. We can't hear you from the session hall. The hearing is suspended for a minute. We're trying to fix our connection here from the Senate session hall. the floor again to Senator Bong Revilla. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, since I think we're going to have another hearing naman, ano, so I'll just defer my questions for our next hearing para mapagbigyan naman natin yung ating mga resource persons na narito na kanina pa rin nag-aantay. So, sa susunod na lang po ako, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Bong. We appreciate your concern, and yes, we will conduct another hearing. Next on the list is Senator Nancy Binay to ask questions. Ma'am, you're recognized. Thank you for patiently waiting.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ano lang, super short questions dahil alam ko marami sa atin ang nagugutom na. Hindi, tatanong ko lang, Mr. Chairman, dahil ang mga bisita natin ay mga bahagi ng sektor na talagang magbe-benefit dito sa pagtatayo ng DOFIL. Ano ba yung nakikita nilang significant na ma-address ng pagkakaroon ng DOFIL para sa ating mga OFW?
Yes, who may want to answer that question from our
Pwede po,
OFW?
ako lang sumagot kan.
I
Can I
can
answer the question of Senator Jaime?
Yes, please. Who's that? I can't see him.
Mr. Saga?
Yeah, from OFW, Radi. Yes, Mr. Chair, Chairman,
Yes,
please proceed.
Good afternoon to everyone. Tulad ng sinabi ko kanina, ito po yung problema ng ating sektor ay hindi ito bago. Apat na 40 years ago, patuloy pa rin ang problema ng ating mga kababayan, mga OFW, kami mga OFW, hindi nabigyan ng solusyon. Therefore, ang nakita namin bilang OFW stakeholders, kami po ay kailangan po namin talaga solusyonan ito. Magkaroon tayo ng isang departamento focus lang sa aming mga problema. Ito po ang departamento ito po ay kailangan talaga natin ngayon. Pag mag-complain tayo ito sa 8 agencies, nangyayari turuan system. Wala po umaangkin ng responsibility. Pag magkaroon tayo ng sariling departamento, masusolusyonan namin lahat itong mga problema ng OFW sector. Ang structure kasi ng binubuo naming departamento ay 6 na division. Ano po yung division na 6? Mayroon tayong division na administrative and finance. Mayroon tayong division na legal assistance. Itong legal assistance na ito, dito papasok ang problema, lahat ng existing legal, mga redundancy dito sa PUE, sa PAW, lahat na yan, dito na lang, sila ang responsible. Kaya sila ang makipag-coordinate sa mga main agency, mga illegal trafficking, human trafficking, mayroon mga subsection dyan. Mayroon mga sub-unit nga itatayo namin. Pangatlo, mayroon tayong Office of the USIC for Foreign Employment. Ano po ito? Dito papasok ang PUEA. Lahat ng mga function ng PUEA, kung ano man yan, dito sila papasok. Under the control of Undersecretary. Pang-apat, mayroon tayong isang division na Assistant to Overseas Filipinos in Distress. Ano po ito? Ito po ay sila ang magti-take over ng function ng DFA UMA, ATE at saka POLO. Dito sila papasok lahat. Ito po ay headed by USIC. Ito po ang magiging mga officer dyan, magkakaroon tayo ng delegations of consular authority. Hindi po pwede nga nandoon yung welfare officer, ipapasa naman sa DFA, kailangan i-delegate natin yung consular authority para siya lang ang responsible makipag-usap doon sa mga sa grounds. Ang panglima po, mayroon tayong Office for Reintegration and Social Services. Ito po, ang coverage niya ay ang UWA. Ang UWA po ay dito ipapaloob. Ang NRCO, dito po sila. OFW, magkakaroon din tayo ng OFW Management Board. Ito po exclusive ito sa ating 19 billion. Sila po ang mamamahala dyan. Majority members of the board is from controlled by the stakeholders. Kasi private po yan eh. Hindi po pwede ihalo natin ang private to general fund. Ibig sabihin, magkakaroon tayo ng separate accounts, depository accounts para dito, para makita natin yung function nila. At magkakaroon din tayo ng policy and international cooperation. Dito po papasok ang CFO. Kaya ito ang gusto namin mangyari. Pag naitayo na to, huwag po kayong mag-aalala. Kasi po, ang mga OFW, matagal po kaming tumutulong. Matagal po namin alam ito. Kaya lang, wala kami sa authority. Ano yung gusto namin kasi mayroon kaming limits. Kaya kung magkakaroon tayo ng isang departamento to address our concern in one-stop processing center, huwag po kayong mag-aalala. Alam mo ba niyo, magkano po, let me finish the Senator, magkano po yung budget ngayon itong
Yes,
walong
I am
agencies?
the chairman of the
15 billion.
committee. Please wrap up.
Yes. 15 billion ang budget na existing sa itong 8 agencies. Magkano po yung budget ng isang departamento? 1.5 billion maximum. If this is 90% we said from the general fund. 13 billion ano natin. Ito ay hindi hadlang. Ibig sabihin yan, makakatulong pa tayo, yung budget sa ito ay mawawala sila. Assuming 50%, okay. 8 billion ang mangyayari dyan. Kaya ito ay napakaganda. Bigyan natin ng daan na maitayo na ito. Tapos, saka natin pag-anuman yung mga question dyan. Kasi kailangan talaga natin ito. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat.
Thank you very much. Senator Binay, would that satisfy your query?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, nandiyan pa ba si Director Sana?
Director Irene, if you're still around.
Ako po ba yun?
Ellen?
Director Ellen?
Ay, opo.
Ellen,
Yes,
Ellen.
Senator. Andito pa po ako.
Yes, kasi Director Ellen, kanina nabanggit nyo na may mga gaps that needs to be addressed, right?
Yes po.
And then, syempre, ang crucial doon is to know the gaps.
Yes, ma'am.
Sa tingin nyo, ano ba yung mga gaps? Kasi na kayang i-address ng pagkakaroon ng isang panibagong agency. Departamento pala.
Director, before you answer that question, pwedeng isama na din dun sa question yung question ng turfing. If there's a turfing na nangyayari between different agencies of the government, please.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. At to respond to Senator Binay's query, from our end, precisely yun po yung aming recommendation that that part of the process of the deliberation for a DOFIL department is to conduct, sabi namin na yan, evidence-based assessment on what is wrong or what is not working in the present setup. Kasi po yung halimbawa, marami po tayong problema sa yung pag-implement ng mga batas. Pero ang solution ba doon ay palitan yung ating governance structure. Kasi for example po, ang POEA ay ang isang malaking problema niya siguro kung bakit hindi siya nakaka-function fully, for example, is for the longest time, sinabi to ni Senator Drilon earlier, ay yung kanyang budget ay parang nagplateau from many years ago, ay napakakaunti ng incremental increase ng kanyang opisina, when in fact the number of clients or OFWs that the POEA has been serving through the years has increased exponentially. From about 35,000 in the 1970s, nag-2 million na po tayo. So hindi ko po alam ang personnel complement ng POA kung nagmamatch po yon. Kasi definitely dapat nag-i-improve ang ating pag-respond to the problems of the migrants, particularly when they're on-site, and especially dahil doon bago pa lang sa recruitment process pa lang. Pero maganda pong itanong, mag-conduct ng assessment, performance assessment at saka financial assessment, yung mga ahensya na directly involved, like the POEA, like the OWA, like even the CFO and the OMWA. Na ano po ba yung ang mga outstanding problems that these agencies are not able to deliver para mag-merit. Kaya po yung tanong ko na magiging proportional ba yung response natin dito sa mga problemang we have yet to identify from these various agencies that would be affected by the proposal. So yun po ba magiging proportional to the overhauling of our migration governance structure. So yun po ang gusto naming i-propose or i-recommend to our esteemed legislators that it would be really good to have a basis for the proposal. Definitely, na-touch po tayong lahat noong sinabi ng ating Pangulo na kawawang ating OFWs. Hindi po tayo magdedebate doon na dapat hindi sila pinapahirapan at the process of application and all that. And immediately, this one-stop processing center has been put in place in all the regions. Hindi po bago yung idea ng one-stop, but it was only President Duterte who made it happen immediately doon sa very short span of time. And of course, every State of the Nation address ay kasama niya sa agenda niya ang kagalingan ng mga OFWs and their families. But again, we will go back to the whole question of if this creation of a separate department would be the answer to improving on-site protection, to taking to task the countries of destination. Kasi marami po sa mga problema ng mga OFWs natin ay nasa on-site po. So I think yung isa po namin gusto ring sabihin ay, and because also we have the context of the Global Compact for Migration, nababaguhin natin ang narrative natin that the migrants contribute positively, not only to our own development, not only through the remittances, but more so, and impressing this, countries of destination benefit a lot. So dapat yung responsibilidad ay ipinapasa rin natin sa ating countries of destination. Negotiate. We must negotiate. Yung kaya ang strong ang strength ng gobyernong ito ngayon ay the power of negotiation. May will na ay hindi uubra yung ganyan na meron kaming kababayang nasa freezer. We will stop and then the recruitment agency sumunod sila lahat. You shape up or you step out of the business. So there is that very strong political will on the part of the government to take to task these countries of destination. Dapat po ay lahat ang panig, yun na nga po yung spirit ng Global Compact for Migration, na hindi lang tayo yung magtitake ng responsibility ng ating mga OFWs and their families from the time they are here to the time they arrive at the country of destination and to the time that they come back to the Philippines. Yan po ay isa ng obligasyon ng international community. Kaya dapat po ay yun na hindi rin natin nakakalimutan. Thank you po.
Thank you,
Mr.
Director
Chair.
Eileen. Thank you very much, Director Eileen. No, and I think all of us would agree with you when it comes to coming up with the list of gaps that should be identified in our intention to establish a new department, and it should be evidence-based. I think no one can debate on you with that. But let me point out, Director Eileen, yung binabanggit mo kanina, baka po pwede ho na makiusap ang committee na to give us your views on which particular gaps yung na-identify na po ng inyong grupo. As I mentioned earlier, yung turfing, if I ask this particular question to the Secretary of DOLE, Secretary of DFA, Secretary of whoever, pag tinanong mo, may turfing ba nangyayari? Wala naman hong aamin. But I think all of us would agree na merong nangyayari. In fact, nung time na dinideliberate natin yung kaso ni Joanna de Mafelis, and we were asking that question, but why until now or during the time we were still deploying household workers in the Middle East, and all we can see is the pointing of fingers from different agencies of the government, somehow blaming each other. No? So I think we really have to look into this. And another question, kanina it was raised yung sa ILO, yung sa labor issue, doon naman po sa hanay naman ng DFA, considering that the proposed department will streamline OFW services or on-site assistance, how will this be operationalized if the Department of Foreign Affairs is the institution which is being recognized by the Vienna Convention. So papaano po yun? Are we just saying we're creating additional bureaucracy? Papaano yung magiging setup? Yun po, kailangan maging malinaw. And again, Director Eileen, if you could help us out in identifying these gaps and so that we'll be able to study further itong mga pinag-uusapan po natin. But we still believe that indeed there's a better chance for us to concentrate at meron tayong laser focus when it comes to dealing with the needs of our overseas Filipinos. Thank you.
Mr.
Senator Nancy,
Chairman.
if you may
Mr. Chairman. Yeah, wala ho ata si Secretary Nograles this morning. Meron ho ba siyang representative?
Meron hong representative. By the way, Senator Nancy, would like to acknowledge Secretary Mamao, who's been here for quite some time. Thank you, sir, for being here. But there are representatives, Senator Nancy, from different agencies of the government.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, gusto ko sanang itanong kung nagkaroon ng performance assessment dun sa mga gaps na ia-address ng pagtatayo ng isang departamento. Kung nagkaroon ba ng ganong evidence-based study when they crafted the creation of this department?
Yes, perhaps we can ask our friends from DFA, si Secretary Sara, I think ASEC Foss is also with us. Sec Mamao is
Yes, baka nga si
also
Sec
with us.
Mamao can answer eh.
Yeah, Secretary Mamao, if we can give us
Mr. Chair, if there was a performance assessment, maybe they can provide the committee dun sa naging resulta ng performance assessment nila.
Yes, I can see DFA Yusek Sara, you want to?
Yeah.
Or Secretary Mamao? Okay, we give the floor to Secretary Mamao. Sir, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'm very glad that we are given this opportunity to participate again in this deliberation. First of all, let me, talk about other things before going into that, because I would leave that to the members of the Department of Foreign Affairs and the Department of Labor, because they were then active in the deliberations of this creation of this new department with Secretary Nograles. There was this executive committee, but unfortunately, my office was not involved at the time. And if I were, with the permission of Senator Binay, the Honorable Senator from Makati, if I could expand on other things relevant to this discussion, Mr. Chairman, and that issue could be addressed properly by the proper representatives of our government, if that is okay.
Senator Nancy, would you like him to proceed?
Okay lang, Mr. Chairman, but maybe after he proceeds, the question can be answered by maybe Yusek Sara or whoever was present during the crafting of the bill, of the department.
Okay. We give the floor to Secretary Mamao. Please proceed, sir.
Mr. Chairman, first of all, I think, in my view, this department is proposed to be created in order to improve the management of labor migration. This is one thing that cannot be stopped, considering the situation in our country, the unemployment problems in our country, and other problems facing our people. Now, if there is a focus on the performance of the job responsibilities of the different departments, like for instance, the Department of Foreign Affairs. The Department of Foreign Affairs could accomplish a lot of things if the assistance to nationals and other matters relating to OFWs and other Filipinos, whether they are documented or undocumented, could perform the responsibilities assigned to them by our country. Now, right now, the Department of Foreign Affairs is also handling problems relating to OFWs and other undocumented workers in our country. They can concentrate on other matters like the expansion of trade between the two countries where we have diplomatic relationship. For instance, in the United Arab Emirates, if we are going to look into the international balance of trade between these two countries, there is a big imbalance of trade between the Philippines and United Arab Emirates, because then the concentration of trade and commerce between these two countries is not done with focus by our Department of Foreign Affairs. This can be done with the new department, because the new department will now be handling the assistance to nationals, international labor migration, and everything will be taken away from the Department of Foreign Affairs. The Department of Labor will now concentrate on domestic employment. There are several bureaus that are under the Department of Labor, and I'm very glad that Secretary Bilyo and the other officers of the Department of Labor are supporting the creation of this new department. This is one thing that is needed by the overseas Filipino workers in this country. There are more than 10 million of them, and they are contributing to the economy of our government. If there is no OWs all over the world, there will be a lot of things that we will suffer. One thing, the dollar reserves of our country will be depleted. Because as I said, while we are sending workers to, for instance, to the United Arab Emirates, there are more than 600,000 Filipino workers there in the United Arab Emirates. But we are losing a lot of our dollar reserves, because while we are importing small things to the United Arab Emirates, the United Arab Emirates is exporting a lot of things to our country. I think about maybe something like more than 30 billion US dollars every year. But we are only exporting to the United Arab Emirates very small quantity of our products to that country. So we are losing a lot of things in this connection. So my point here is that there are a lot of things that can be done, and as mentioned by other speakers like Secretary Bilyo, we have this memorandum of understanding. This is one thing that should be, I believe, that should be concentrated on in the recruitment of Filipino workers to countries that are importing a lot of Filipino workers, especially in the Middle East. In other words, the signing of memorandum of understanding should be one thing that should at least be a guidance in the labor migration of our people to that particular country. As cited by Secretary Bilyo, we have, for instance, United Arab Emirates. It was in limbo for so many years. Since 2014, 16, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20, we don't have formal agreement with United Arab Emirates. And it was only on March 1 and 2 when we had these discussions with the representatives of the United Arab Emirates government. And now we will be sending, again, workers, especially domestic workers, to the United Arab Emirates. Even if there is really no abolition of the kipala system in that country, considering that the terms of agreement, in effect, break down the kipala system, because our workers have to have their position, the copies of their documents, especially their passport. And it is a crime in the United Arab Emirates for an employer to keep in position their passports. So this is one improvement that we have.
Yes, we agree, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that, Secretary Mamao. Yes, please, Senator Binay.
Yes. Kay Yusek Sara, my previous question, kung nagkaroon ng performance assessment before they crafted the bill or before they crafted the creation of DOFIL.
Yeah, and also to spread into the record that indeed there was a meeting of the minds during that time when they tackled this particular measure, and that prompted the president to certify this particular bill as an urgent measure. Thank you. Yusek Sara, you have the floor.
Your Honor, as you've mentioned, Your Honor. There were a series of meetings in the office of the President, and it brought about which all agencies participated in, DOLE, CFO, DFA, DSWD, and even NEDA and DBM. They were all there. Although there wasn't really a study as to the creation of this new department, but on the part of the Department of Foreign Affairs, we give biennial reports. And if I may, just a minute, Your Honor. In 2017,
Please.
our beneficiaries were only 15,282, but in 2018, we had a 566.91% increase in the number of beneficiaries to 101,918. That's for ATN. And in 2019, 60.1% increase to from 101,000 to 163,179. Of course, we thank the Senate and the House, and of course the President, for giving us a 1 billion assistance to Nationals Fund and 200 million legal assistance fund. We are assessing per agency, but Your Honor, you know very well that the scope of the DFA has the most representation all over the world. We have 94 embassies and consulates all over the world. We have 174 honorary consuls and more than 380 officers. We have to admit that it's not enough because there are really places that we do not have representation, and it has been shown during the pandemic, like what happened in Uzbekistan when we had to repatriate and charter a plane to take really our people out from Uzbekistan, and we had to rely on our post in Iran. So
Yusek?
yes,
Yusek Sara?
Yes, Your Honor.
Wait, so in short, wala talaga kayong pinanghahawakan na study na kung saan may pag-aaral na kunyari ito yung problema, ito yung present na solusyon dun sa problema, ano yung pagkukulang, at paano magiging sagot ang Department of ang DOFIL para masagot yung gap na yon. Walang ganong comprehensive study with
Your
the creation
Honor,
of this department.
Your Honor, as far as the Department of Foreign Affairs, we don't have a copy of a study like that, if ever there's any. I can only answer for the DFA, Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman, sino kaya yung pwede natin maitanong? Kasi, di ba nga, para mas maging comprehensive yung
Perhaps we can ask our
pagtalakay
friends
natin.
from the Department of Labor and Employment. We have POEA administrator with us. We have OWA administrator with us. If anyone from DOLE would like to answer. But Yusek Sara, you agree that with the creation of DOFIL, turfing problems will be addressed. Would you agree with that?
Your Honor, actually, just to to explain, the problem, Your Honor, I think with turfing, or if there's another word for that, is because we have different mandates, and each organization really has to comply with those mandates, or otherwise we'll be remiss with our duties.
And unfortunately, with the different mandates, there's some sort of overlapping, and
Yes,
perhaps
sir.
if there is one agency, one department that would solely focus on this, then the responsibility and accountability lies in this one particular department, which is very important.
Yes, Your Honor. I agree, Your
Mr.
Honor.
Chairman?
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Senator
Hindi,
Binay.
bago tayo maghanap nung pwedeng sumagot dun sa tanong ko, gusto ko lang tanong kay Yusek Sara, among dun sa mga functions na pag-uusapan, ano ba talaga yung hindi pwedeng i-delegate ng DFA to DOFIL? Ano yung non-negotiable, kumbaga, or not doable that it can be delegated to DOFIL? Kasi katulad nabanggit kanina ni Presidential Advisor Mamao, yung consular office ba? Parang pwede ba itong ma-delegate to DOFIL when outside of our country, ang DFA ang recognized? Hindi ba?
Yeah, we raised that a while ago, Senator Binay, and we are awaiting for the answer from the DFA. I think last hearing it was also raised by Senator Tolentino. No, how about this particular setup na ang nire-recognize under Vienna Convention ay DFA? Now we're creating an office. I'm not sure if it's going to be an attaché or a extension of the consular office. How will this work, Yusek Sara? Will it not create additional bureaucracy instead na directly DFA is managing this?
Your Honor, actually we prepared a PowerPoint. I think Secretary Locsin already wrote letters to the chairman and to be furnished to the members of the committee. But if we'll be allowed to, if with your indulgence, so that
Yes, please.
everyone can see, we can all together go to number 3 about the attachés and consuls, so that we can explain the difference between the two diplomatic ranks. We can go to page 3 already of the answer of the Department of Foreign Affairs. If we could ask the Secretariat, please. Your Honor, while we're here. Page 3, please. Your Honor, the DOFIL personnel abroad will have the diplomatic rank of attaché. It's because the DOFIL Career Corps is a distinct set of public servants and will not be part of the Career Foreign Service Corps because the latter is governed by the Philippine Foreign Service Act. The rank of consul under the Philippine Foreign Service Act, RA 7157, is only given to the officers of the Department of Foreign Affairs after they have gone through the cadetship and also required number of years of training.
Yusek Sara?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
So this is a new plantilla position?
Your Honor, it's not really a new plantilla position because there are other departments, Your Honor, in our posts that are attachés. We have welfare attachés, we have defense attachés, and sometimes...
Kasi di ba this will be a new one? Kasi di ba ang pagkaintindi, i-absorb lang kung ano na yung existing. But
yes, Your Honor.
With this position, this is new.
My understanding, Your Honor,
or may bibigay kayo.
This is integration, Senator Nancy. I think the integration between the 3 departments, including not only DOLE, but also DFA and the social welfare attachés.
So they will be...
Mr. Chairman, magiging isa na lang ba sila?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, that's what the intention is.
So yung social worker, magiging part na siya sa DOFIL abroad.
It's going to be one office, and that's why the question is how can they operate as an attaché or a part of the consular office, considering the fact that the host country will only recognize the Department of Foreign Affairs. Yes.
Your Honor, if we go to page 4, Your Honor, the international diplomatic practice recognizes only officials from the Ministries of Foreign Affairs as consuls. Page 4, please. But officials from other departments are recognized as attachés, and however, consul and attaché are functionally equivalent. It's just the term, conferred with the same privileges and immunities by the receiving state under the Vienna Convention. Page 5, please. Under the Vienna Convention, the following privileges and immunities are conferred on DOFIL attachés for the acts and performance of their official functions: immune from criminal jurisdiction, immune from civil jurisdiction, immune from contempt in judicial process, immune from taxes, immune from customs duties, exempt from social security of host country, exempt from military and public service obligation, and exempt from immigration regulations. Next slide, please. DOFIL attaché already has the assimilated rank of consul under RA 7157. However, calling DOFIL attachés as ambassadors will violate the one-country team approach prescribed by law in our foreign service post. So designating DOFIL officials as attaché is required by Section 41 of the Philippine Foreign Service Act of 1997. And last, in the next page, the Vienna Convention listed the official functions of consuls also. And DOFIL attaches will perform limited consular functions, hence calling them as consuls causes confusion with the host government. And designating DOFIL attaches as consuls or ambassadors violates the reciprocity principle, allowing other states to demand the same form of accommodation, leading to more confusion. Thank you, Your Honor. That's the presentation of DFA regarding this issue.
Thank you, Senator Nancy.
Di ba, Yusek Sara, so magiging under pa rin siya ni Ambassador?
Yes, Your Honor, because under the one country team approach, the ambassador or the consul general is still the head of post and will have responsibility in everything that's happening in the post. And the third pillar of foreign policy, which is the protection and promotion of the rights of overseas Filipinos, is still part of the responsibility of the Department of Foreign Affairs. And we will just like to reiterate that it's already happening now, Your Honor, with other of the attaches. And in fact, in one instance, one of our attaches from Jordan had to go to another country in the Middle East to attend to a very important security matter, and they had the same treatment and protection that other diplomatic other officers of the DFA are also getting. It's just the term, and so that there will not also be confusion in the term of representation in other countries, Your Honor.
Yeah, pero Yusek Sara, this is a new position, right?
Sir, ma'am, Your Honor, ma'am, it's not really a new position because it's like everybody we already have our labor attaches, Your Honor, in the posts.
So yung si labor attaché, lilipat lang siya sa DOFIL, parang
yes,
gano'n?
Your Honor. But
if I may, Yusek Sara, just to clarify, does that entail that the assistants to national officers under DOFIL can collaborate with the host countries to perform legal assistance, for instance, or rescue operations to save our OFWs from abusive employers, for instance?
Yes, Your Honor. Actually, what's happening now for rescue operations, there are already procedures in place in the Middle East that you have to go through the police and then they will go to the place of the employer to be able to extract a Filipino that is allegedly being abused. Your Honor, as of now, the ambassadors and the consuls general are helping also our labor attaches and our welfare attaches in their specific jurisdictions. It's just that everybody will just be under one roof because more often than not, assistance to nationals is being used for undocumented and irregular workers, while the labor attaches and take care of the documented. So there's like this divide. So even for the shelters, there are instances that like for example, in Saudi Arabia, in Riyadh, for example, we have a separate shelter for ATM cases and a separate shelter for the labor cases. So there's always this divide. And I think it will be better as to services because syempre this tend to compare the treatment and also the place where they are being sheltered. So it will put all the functions together, Your Honor.
Thank you. Senator Binay?
Chairman, medyo parang nalito ako dun sa explanation. Kasi parang hindi ko siya ma-visualize kung paano siya magiging operational on the ground.
I think Senator Nancy and I share the same sentiment. Can they really or directly go with it without passing through the ambassador? Perhaps a good example should be
And Mr. Chairman, kasi parang baka di ba, it create, well, yung DOFIL kasi creates that impression na magiging iba yung setup abroad. But it will not be different from what it is right now.
Yes.
Di ba, Yusek Sara? It's the same.
Yes.
Pwedeng nagbago yung tao, pero the way the system and the process is being done will still be the same. Because
This guy is
The intention is to integrate, but right now we are seeing some confusion on how we're going to integrate these offices.
Mr. Chairman, but the process will be the same because technically, kailangan nating sumunod dun sa proseso ng host country, di ba?
Yes, Senator Drilon, yes, is raising his hand.
I think, very simply put, if you create a new department for overseas Filipinos or whatever it is called, you just change the name in the desk, labor attaché to whatever is the new designation, but it's still the same, performing the same function as Senator Bina is trying to point out. Walang pagbabago, pareho pa rin yan. You cannot put up an independent consul for this new department. It has to go under the Department of Foreign Affairs Ambassador, under the one country concept. So you just change the how do you call it, the title of the position from labor attaché to whatever, attaché for overseas Filipinos. Isn't that correct, ma'am?
Your
Please,
Honor.
Sarah, please. Yes.
Your Honor, my understanding is it puts everything under one roof because now DFA does one thing and we have separate welfare as attachés, and DSWD also they have their own, and also then we have labor attachés. It's just because one of the difficulties in the post, Your Honor, is that there's always a divide that when the person is undocumented, it's ATM. When the person is documented, it's really the labor attachés and of course and OWA. So it's putting everyone under one department regardless of migration status, and also putting the functions under one department. Of course, they have one. At the end of the day, it's there's one country team approach, is an ambassador or consul general, as the case may be. But here, you're putting 4 different functions under one office, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And Yusek Sara, it cannot be changed right now kahit walang agent, kahit walang bagong departamento na bakit hindi natin gawin na tomorrow under na ng DFA yung undocumented saka documented? What is prohibiting us from implementing that?
Your Honor, because they have different budget lines and they have different secretaries and they have different mandates. So technically, it's going to be difficult because the reporting process is different and the accountability is different, Your Honor. So in the post, it will be difficult because we cannot commingle resources and funds, Your Honor.
And it's not something new, Senator Nancy. That is the Indian model. They did it in India, where the Department of Foreign Affairs, their Department of Foreign Affairs, took cognizance of the affairs of overseas workers of India. Just to put that on record, I think it's good that we can talk about different models as well.
And
Yes, please
siguro,
proceed.
Mr. Chairman, ibig sabihin nito, this would also entail additional personnel. At the end of the day, kasi di ba laging sinasabi nila na parang lipat budget lang, lipat tao lang. But parang nakikita natin ngayon na hindi ganun yung mangyayari. Because katulad nga nung nabanggit ni Director Ellen kanina, mahalaga nga yung performance assessment kasi doon natin malalaman kung ang pagkukulang ba ay sa personnel, kung ang pagkukulang ba doon sa pagde-delegate ng function or yung turfing ba. Kaya siguro magandang balikan din yung performance assessment na nababanggit kanina. Kung meron.
Yes, we take note of that, Senator Nancy.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair,
Before I ask questions, because the chair has yet to ask any
Mr.
questions.
Chair.
Yes, Secretary Bello, you're
Mr.
recognized.
Chair, that's my last question.
Thank you, Secretary Bello.
Papasok lang ako, Mr. Chair, parang nagwaworry tayo na wala namang dahilan eh. Kagaya na sinabi ni Undersecretary Ariola, pagka yung overseas worker ay undocumented, ang sumasagot dyan ATN, yung Assistance to National. Kapag documented, yun responsibility po ng ating mga labor attaché. Ngayon, yung pong tanong ni the Honorable Senator Nancy Binay na may dagdag ba? Wala po, Your Honor. Ang mangyayari dyan, yung 59 labor attachés namin ngayon ay i-absorb lang ng bagong department, and that is the Department of Overseas Filipino. Wala idadagdag po yan. I-absorb din nila yung mga welfare officers natin. I-absorb din nila yung ating mga assistant labor attachés. I-absorb din nila yung ating administrative staff. Yun po i-absorb nila. Wala pong dagdag na empleyado. Walang dagdag na workforce. Whatever we have now under the present setup, Your Honors, under our iLab, kukunin lahat nila yan. Ang pinakiusap nga lang namin ay huwag nilang dalhin yung aming staff na kakailanganin namin sa aming international commitment. Yun po. So walang dagdag po na empleyado. Yun lamang po yung
Thank you.
Yung
Thank you, Secretary Balyo.
Secretary Bebo,
Thank you po.
Secretary,
Yes
tatanong
po.
ko lang, when you were, nung ginagawa nyo itong paggawa ng departamento, meron ho ba kayong pinanghahawakan na study ng parang performance assessment kung ano talaga yung gaps na maa-address ng pag-create ng DOFIL? Meron ho bang ganong research?
Meron po kami pag-uusap po ng other members of the cabinet. At
Pero Secretary, research po. Research. Actual research.
Opo, may pinag-aaralan din namin sa aming department po yan kung anong magiging epekto sa amin. At sinabi nga namin, yung paglalagay ng additional department, itong DOLPHIL, ang makakatulong kapag ang kailangan natin is a focused department to attend to the very specific and different problems of our OFWs. Yun lamang po ang intention nitong DOLPHIL, na meron talagang department na walang inaasikaso kundi yung problema ng ating mga OFWs. So yun po ang yun po. And kami naman, we had no reservation about this, except lang yun yung na wag namang kunin yung aming mga tao sa iLab na kakailanganin namin dahil dami natin mga international commitment. Halimbawa, pagdating ng June, meron International Labor Conference. Tripartite po yan. O, kailangan namin yung tao namin yan. So there's no problem po. Walang mabawasan, walang madadagdagan, and everything will work as it is now, except that it is now with the Department of DOFIL.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you,
Mr.
Secretary.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
can we just request the Secretariat siguro to write, I don't know kung si Secretary Carlo Nograles or si Secretary Bello, kung meron silang actual research study when they were crafting the creation of DOFIL and submit it to the committee.
We will do that.
Chairman.
Thank you. We take note of that. Thank you very much. It's almost 2 o'clock. We're only supposed to stay here up to 2 o'clock. I have yet to raise a single question. Can I just be given an opportunity, just one issue that I'd like to raise, because I promised everyone that I will raise this, the issue of welfare C-based OFW complaints. If we look at the data here that I mentioned earlier, and I'd like to ask our friends from DOLE, OWA, POEA, the nature of case complaint as of January to December 2019. This was submitted to us last March 5, 2021. And you could notice easily yung number of missing on board, no? And the death on board. As I mentioned earlier, mas marami pa yung namamatay sa araw, kada araw sa isang taon, no? 477. And according to OWA, there are, ayan nga po, no? And OWA concedes that these figures are not accurate and suggested that the figures are much higher than is being reported to us. So ang question lang po natin, bakit nangyayari po ito? And siguro sa OWA or POEA, sa DOLE, ito po bang nangyayari nito? Nire-report sa atin ng manning agency o yung pamilya po ang nagre-report sa atin? And paano natin itong ina-address, itong prevalence of dead and missing seafarers while on board ships?
Mr. Chair, I think your question, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Secretary Bello.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would like to request both Administrator OWA, Administrator Kakdak, and POA Administrator Bernard Olalia to address this. Meron silang parehong contribution on that matter, Your Honor.
Yes, please. Admin Hans, you recognize?
Yes, salamat po, Chair, Mr. Chair, and honorable senators and colleagues in government. Secretary Bello, gandang hapon po. Yung pong ating data indicates yung death of seafarers and yung pong causes of death can be either, in general, can be either natural causes or death by accident. So yung pong ating data dito will say na 477 and a majority of cases will be as a result of natural causes. Natural causes. So kung ang tanong po ninyo ay whether or not coordinated dito ng licensed manning agencies, the answer is yes. At least in general, licensed manning agencies have been up to the task. We have been coordinating always with them kapag may mga unfortunate incidents na katulad nito, so that we coordinate repatriation, facilitation of transport, until po sa pangangalaga o pagkalinga, pag-assist sa mga kamag-anak, sa loved ones and families ng mga nasasawi po o di kaya ay nawawala na seafarer.
Sige po, kay Admin Olalia, can we hear from you, sir?
Mr. Chair, good afternoon. Sa POA naman po, sir, as a regulatory body, meron po tayong strict policy sa mga manning agencies natin. Number one, to strictly monitor the welfare of all our seafarers, lalong-lalo na yung mga seafarers on board. Tapos because they are on a very hazardous workplace, no? At saka pangalawa po dyan, meron po tayong tinatawag na significant monitoring event. No? Pag meron pong nangyari, katulad ng mga nabanggit ni Admin Hans po kanina sa ating mga seafarers, the manning agency who deploy these seafarers are duty-bound to report within a certain period the condition of the seafarer and to assist wholeheartedly yun pong seafarer. Failure to do that, sir, will lead to a disciplinary sanction of either suspension or cancellation of the licenses. Mabanggit ko na rin po, yung nangyari pong livestock one, noong may nangyaring tumoob tayong barko dito po sa Japan, ano, na kung saan mahigit 39 Filipino seafarers po ang na-involved doon, no? Yung aming pong labor attaché, yung aming OWA, ang Department of Labor through ILAB, yung POA, adopted a whole of government approach para po iparating yung tulong doon sa mga next of kin ng ating mga seafarers. We coordinated with the foreign government, especially sa Japan, at saka doon sa owners ng vessel, at saka sa manning agency to locate and rescue immediately the seafarers. Hindi po sila tumigil, Your Honors, para po hanapin at tulungan po yung mga seafarers po natin. Thank you.
Well, thank you, no, but let me also point out, for instance, what happened in Libya. I think we all heard about the news, yung 4 Filipino oil workers, land-based naman po ito, na OFWs were abducted 6 years ago. The remains were finally found just last week. Were these workers deployed through recruitment agencies, sir? And if so, they have reported them missing? O again, yung family nila yung nag-report po sa inyo na nawawala po sila? Because again, I mean, took them 6 years to finally realize na talagang wala na yung mahal nila sa buhay. Finally, natagpuan yung kanilang remains, sir.
Mr. Chair, if I may initially respond
Yes,
to
please.
that.
Yes, please.
This is a case of OFWs who are, yes, they are oil workers, and they were abducted by terrorist elements in Libya. They sought our help in terms of, and the DFAs, in terms of finding the remains, or at least their loved ones. Kasi po ang unang finding is they were summarily executed by the terrorist elements. They were abducted and summarily executed. So it came to a point where it boiled down to a search as to where they were, dead or alive. And indeed, about 2 weeks ago, their remains were unearthed, nahanap po in a far-flung area in Libya. So right now we are coordinating with the families. We're talking to the families yet again, and coordinating the yung steps towards identification ng remains. So we are working with the DFA, USEC Sara. We're working with Kato in Libya, and we have also been told that the criminal justice forensic authorities in some countries, such as the NBI, will be tapped to help out. So there's a coordinated effort right now to bring them home. Well, first to identify for ourselves, for the Philippine side, and then to bring them home, the remains. And then, of course, the assistance to the families will be maintained or continued.
Mr. Chair, dagdag lang po, Mr.
Secretary
Chair.
Bello.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. In addition to the information given by our administrator ng OWA, si Admin Hans, alam niyo po, the situation in Libya, Your Honor, is such that under USEC Ariola, di ba level 3 tayo? Level 4. Kaya wala po kaya wala tayong deployment doon po. Wala tayong deployment sa Libya ngayon.
Sir, yung one part level 4, the other part the level 2.
Level 2, pero wala pa. So far, wala tayong dinideploy eh. Dahil nga, there is an ongoing strife between the different forces. Kaya hindi tayo nakakapag-deploy doon despite the very urgent request of the Libyan government for us to send them our nurses and medical care workers, pero hindi tayo nagpapadala. In the meantime, yun po ang problema nung nawala itong ating mga kabayan, hindi talaga tayo makagawa ng paraan na matulungan sila o mahanap sila dahil the condition. There is an actual hostility ongoing in Libya. In fact, that's the very reason upon permission of the Department of Foreign Affairs, we transferred our office from, saan ba yung sa Libya?
Sir, Tripoli, sir.
From Tripoli, we transferred it to Morocco. So our polo office in Tripoli has been transferred to Morocco. Medyo mas practicable ang operation doon. So that's the situation now in Libya, Your Honors.
Yeah, thank you for that, Secretary. We're running out of time. Unfortunately, I didn't get the chance to ask questions. Yun lang hong shelters. We're talking about shelters. Meron po yung DOLE, meron din yung DFA. With the proposed DOFIL, pag-iisahin na lang po ba ito?
Wala problema yan, Your Honor. Wala problema. Alam niyo minsan, Your Honor, although mayroon distinction ng documented at saka undocumented, pag dumating sa amin ng isang OFW, hindi namin tinatanong kung documented or undocumented. Agad-agad we extend assistance.
Opo.
Ayan po.
Dapat naman po. Pilipino pa rin po sila. Dapat naman po. Thank you. So, you confirm that, USEC Sara, it will be pag-iisahin po itong mga shelters nito. By the way, meron na po ba tayong update doon sa OFW who jumped from a shelter in Lebanon? I think it's in the of DFA.
Jumped. Your Honor, the one
It
was last year. Natapos na po ba yung investigation about it? Perhaps if you could just furnish us a copy of your
Yes, sir. I will furnish that.
investigation. Oh, thank you, Your Honors. Unfortunately, I'm being asked to leave the Senate plenary. I'm the only senator present here, and we need to disinfect the session hall before we conduct our session in less than an hour. Let me just give a closing remark. Wag po nating kalimutan na habang pinag-uusapan natin ang DOFIL, bumubuo po tayo ng pangarap at pag-asa hindi lang po sa mga OFW kundi sa kanilang mga kaanak na narito sa Pilipinas. Ngayon, kung mahihirapan po tayong tuparin ito at wala namang magbabago, dadagdag lang po tayo sa frustrations ng ating mga kababayan. And there are already indications where these frustrations may come in. Our Minority Floor Leader, Senator Frank Drilon, made a very clear point. A source of law is culture, and no form of bilateral agreement and Philippine domestic law can address that culture, like the kafala. And that's why we really need to put our acts together. Yung culture of countries of destination is a difficult stumbling block to stop the abuses, and the only solution is to upskill and retool our workers so they can go up the labor market. Pero sige po, dahil naniniwala po tayo na we can do better, ano-ano po muli ang mga nabubuong pangarap sa isip ng ating mga kababayan habang pinag-uusapan po natin itong pagtatatag ng Department of Filipino Overseas. Una po, sabi nga po ng ating kaibigan sa Blas Ople Policy Center, may sasaklolo sa mga OFW sa oras ng kagipitan. Yan po ang pangunahing iniisip nila sa DOFIL na mabubura na ang dekadekadang problema ng illegal recruitment, pang-aabuso, maltreatment, contract alteration, etc. Pangalawa, at binanggit po ng ating kasamahan ito sa advocates and keepers of OFWs, mawawala po yung kalituhan kung saang ahensya tatakbo ang ating mga OFW at hindi hati-hati ang mga functions. Halimbawa na kapag valid ang contract sa POEA, kapag walang contract sa OWA, etc. Sabi naman po ng ating mga kaibigan sa bantay at kasangga ng OFW, ito po yung ikatlo, magigiba natin yung red tape, ma-eliminate natin yung tiring process at complicated administrative procedures sa ating mga ahensya. Ang tingin po ng ating mga OFWs, kapag may United Office, mayroong isang departamento na nagpo-focus dito, the government can immediately respond to their concerns. Ikaapat, at binanggit po ng ating kaibigan from Center for Migrant Advocacy, Ms. Elena Sana, iniisip nila na mas lalakas ang puwersa natin to force shared responsibility from countries of destination and to ensure that workers are workers wherever they may be. Panglima, at nabanggit ito ni Yusek Sara, umaasa po tayo na mawawala na ang disconnect between practice and what's on paper. At magsisilbing right-sizing solution ang DOFIL para hindi po pinagpapasapasahan at kung saan-saang opisina itinuturo ang ating mga kababayan abroad. At ito rin po yung binanggit ng ating kaibigan mula sa OFW Reintegration and Development. Pang-anim at huli po na mas mabibigyan ng focus ang ating seafaring na isang very unique and peculiar industry at masusolusyonan ang tumataas na bilang ng marinong namamatay on board ships. At ito po yung narinig natin kanina sa ating mga kaibigan mula sa Joint Manning Group. Ilan lamang po ito sa mga inaasahan nating pagbabago ng mga OFW sa tinatatag o gusto nating itatag na DOFIL. Kung mahihirapan po tayong tuparin ito at wala naman pong magbabago, dadagdag lang po tayo sa frustrations ng ating mga kababayan. Kaya patuloy po tayong mag-hearing, patuloy po nating pakikinggan ang iba't ibang panig. Tayo po, ito ang pangarap natin na dito sa Pilipinas, magtrabaho ang ating mga kababayan sa piling ng kanilang mga mahal sa buhay, sa piling ng kanilang mga kasama at pinapahalagahan sa buhay. And that they will only migrate out of choice and not out of necessity. Dapat po ang trabaho ay nandito sa atin at dapat po ang mas tinatrabaho natin ay ang paglikha ng trabaho dito mismo sa Pilipinas para sa mga Pilipino mismo. Lalo na po sa lahat ng mga kababaihang napipilitang iwan ang kanilang mga anak, ang kanilang mga mahal sa buhay para magtrabaho sa ibang bansa. Muli po sa ating mga kasamahan dito sa Senado, Senator Nancy, Senator Drilon, Senator Amy, Senator Bong Revilla, maraming salamat sa ating mga guests, sa ating mga secretaries. Pagpalain po tayo ng ating Panginoong Diyos at mabuhay po ang manggagawang Pilipino. God bless us all. This committee hearing is hereby suspended. Thank you again. Thank you and see you again soon. God bless.